Chapter 261. Wu Chengyi's strength was something Zimo had deeply experienced. He was truly worthy of being a disciple from the 9-star sword school. That day, Kai Shui had chased him down for more than a month while riding a 6th-order monster beast, yet he had not been able to do anything to him. How could Zimo be his opponent now? Gritting her teeth, Zimo whispered, "If I give you the beast-taming method, can you let me go? I can give you a quick death." Wu Chengyi said coldly. Zimo's face went pale as she coldly said, "I already gave you what you wanted, yet you still want to kill me? Do you even have any humanity left?" Wu Chengyi sneered, "Humanity? The strong are respected, why should I talk to you about humanity?" Saying so, his expression suddenly changed, his eyes flashing a cold light, and with a flick of his finger, he sent out a few sword chi bursts towards the ground about a meter away from his feet. Vaguely, one could hear the sword chi piercing through something and a few drops of blood began to emerge from the ground. These were the soul-controlling insects that Zimo had secretly planted. Bit. Wu Chengyi cursed. Although he had always been on guard against Tian Lang, this seemingly delicate woman, he had not expected that he would almost fall for her tricks. If he had not been vigilant enough, these insects would have drilled into his body. "You brought this upon yourself. I will capture you and break your arms and legs. I will make you beg for death." Wu Chengyi's face filled with murderous intent as he flicked the sword in his hand, wrapping himself in a layer of sword light as he shot towards Zimo like a bolt of lightning. "Bastard!" Zimo grit her teeth and cursed. Facing a cold-blooded man like Wu Chengyi, she was really helpless. Hurriedly avoiding this shocking sword strike, she quickly waved her hand and sent out a few strangely shaped blades towards him. Wu Chengyi's long sword flickered a few times, deflecting all of the incoming blades, sending out a series of sparks in all directions. Zimo's face went pale as she gritted her teeth, barely managing to avoid being hit in her vitals, but her shoulder was once again struck by the sword chi. With a pitiful cry, her shoulder was stained red. She had fallen into a complete disadvantage. Zimo was not willing to sit still and wait for her death. She turned her back to Wu Chengyi and scattered all of her remaining soul-controlling insects into the ground, hoping to use them to deal with Wu Chengyi. However, Wu Chengyi had just barely suffered a loss, so how could he be careless now? The sword light swept out like a waterfall of light, directly shattering the ground within a radius of more than 100 feet. As the sword chi wreaked havoc, all the soul-controlling insects were killed. If the soul-controlling insect was planted in a human's body, he was indeed powerful. Apart from heat, they were fearless. However, before they entered a person's body, they were just a few insects. Wu Chengyi's sword chi was more than enough to destroy them. Zimo's pretty face paled. After losing her soul-controlling insect, she really didn't know how to deal with Wu Chengyi. Just as she was feeling anxious, a strange light suddenly flashed across her eyes as she glanced behind Wu Chengyi, her pretty face filled with excitement and joy. This subtle change in expression did not escape Wu Chengyi's eyes. Realizing the situation he was in, Wu Chengyi's expression suddenly became cold. Not wanting to waste any more time, he raised his sword and prepared to deliver the final blow. Before he could release his sword move, he felt an aura locking onto him from behind. Wu Chengyi's brow furrowed as he swung his sword backwards, sending out countless sword images to seal off a large area. As the sword light flashed, a fiery red fist appeared and swept through the air, shattering all the sword images in its path. A figure descended from the sky. Wu Chengyi flew out a dozen or so meters before calmly turning around to look at the newcomer. After seeing the other party's appearance, Wu Chengyi couldn't help feeling surprised. "It's you. Heh, you didn't expect it, did you?" Yang Kai grinned wickedly as he stared at Wu Chengyi with interest. When he was still in that isolated world, he had been determined to find Wu Chengyi and kill him, but then he ran into Kai Shui. He chased after him into the white fog, and by a freak combination of factors, he lost his chance. Now, he had unexpectedly met him here. This was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in vain. Now he had found him without any effort. Suppressing the pleasant surprise in his heart, Yang Kai turned to Zimo and raised his brow, saying frivolously, "Beauty, you're in a bad situation. If you had come a little later, you wouldn't have been able to see me again." Zimo glared at him, secretly rejoicing. Meeting Yang Kai again after only a few months, Zemo didn't know how to feel. She had thought that she would never see him again in this life and would no longer have to worry about others tormenting her soul. But now, the trajectories of their lives had once again overlapped. However, Zemo wasn't worried about her soul being controlled at all. Instead, she was quite happy. In any case, her life had been saved. As for anything else, she could only think about it after she survived. Yang Kai tilted his head and stared at her. Aren't you an elite from Senluo Temple? How did you end up like this? What do you know? Zemo grit her teeth. Be careful of this person, he's very strong. Yuan Qi's soul is much purer than mine. If he wasn't strong, he wouldn't be Wu Chengyi. Yang Kai sneered. As for why Yuan Qi was purer than Zemo, that was understandable. Wu Chengyi definitely had some brilliant flame liquid on him. After taking this kind of treasure to temper his Yuan Qi, it would be strange if his Yuan Qi wasn't pure. I didn't expect someone like you to come out alive, your luck is quite good. Wu Chengyi looked at Yang Kai contemptuously, just like when they first met, his expression cold and disdainful. If my luck wasn't good, I would have been killed by your junior brother. Yang Kai's eyes were as cold as a knife. Since you knew I wanted your life, you shouldn't have appeared in front of me. A person's luck can't always be good. Wu Chengyi's expression was indifferent, not showing any signs of being affected by Qi Jianxing's death. If you want to fight, then fight. You men don't need to talk so much nonsense. Zemo had just eaten a lot of losses from Wu Chengyi, so now that Yang Kai had appeared, she immediately felt a lot more confident and couldn't wait to get back at him. She was well aware of Yang Kai's strength, so with his help, the two of them together could easily suppress Wu Chengyi. Good. Yang Kai nodded. That's exactly what I was thinking. Wu Chengyi coldly snorted, his sword intent slowly rising. Yang Kai, you help me from the side, I'll deal with him. Zemo shouted. No, you help me. Yang Kai's words were concise, and as soon as his voice fell he rushed towards Wu Chengyi, his originally calm body suddenly bursting with unparalleled fluctuations. You. Zemo's eyes were filled with surprise as she felt the pressure coming from Yang Kai. Has he broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary? When they had separated 4 months ago, he was only a separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator who had just recently broken through to the separation and reunion boundary 8th stage, but after 4 months, he had already reached the true element boundary. This breakthrough speed is too fast. However, after thinking about it for a moment, Zemo felt relieved. This was a freakish man, so it was not surprising that he could break through this watershed so quickly. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai and Wu Chengyi collided. Wu Chengyi's sword skill was fully displayed, his sword qi raging as his murderous intent soared. Yang Kai's fists were like bolts of lightning as his figure flickered and danced through the sky filled with sword-after images. His entire body exuded a scorching hot aura. Like a burning flame. The world energy around them was chaotic, and a strong wind blew, causing Zemo to squint her eyes. She wanted to help, but she didn't know how to do so. The two of them were fighting with all their strength, not holding back at all. All of their murderous intents and auras blended together. At this moment, even if Zemo forcefully intervened, it would inevitably lead to a counterattack from both of them. How could she have such courage? Yang Kai asking her to help seemed to be giving her some face, but now Zemo could only watch from the sidelines, she didn't even have the qualifications to help. Smelly man. Zemo smiled bitterly, but she decisively flew backwards like a willow catkin. After flying 1,000 meters away, she finally came to a stop. In the midst of this fierce battle, Wu Chengyi's face was filled with shock and disbelief. He had never thought that this trash he regarded as trash would actually have the strength to fight against him. As soon as the sword-after images appeared, they would be swept away by his violent fist. His opponent's moves were simply too big. His own sword skills were flexible and ethereal, each with their own merits, so for a time neither of them could do anything to the other. In just half a cup of tea's time, the two sides had exchanged a few hundred moves, Yuan Qi wantonly attacking. The more Wu Chengyi fought, the more shocked he became while Yang Kai became more and more violent. The expression on his face was also extremely excited, like a perverted demon who had just encountered a beautiful woman. Peng. With a loud bang, the two were separated. Wu Chengyi let out a muffled groan as he flew backwards, a trace of blood leaking from his mouth. Yang Kai was also injured. His abdomen had been slashed by Wu Chengyi's sword, causing him to bleed profusely. Both of them retreated more than 300 meters before slowly regaining their footing. Haha, that was fun. Although he was injured and bleeding, Yang Kai still laughed. This was a real battle, a battle between men who couldn't stop even if they wanted to. Although Yang Kai hated this Wu Chengyi from the bottom of his heart and had a grudge against him, he had to admit that this person had some skill. After all, Yuan Chi's cultivation was at the 8th stage, and in terms of Yuan Chi's purity and power, he was not inferior to Yang Kai. You're very strong. Wu Chengyi stared deeply at Yang Kai, his eyes filled with pain, as if he was unwilling to believe that this little brat from a second-class sect could actually be on par with him. You flatter me. Yang Kai replied indifferently. I admit, I underestimated you before. It seems that my junior brother did not die because of some accident, but rather because he died at your hands. Wu Chengyi slowly rotated his sword intent rising again. You sent him to attack me, so you should have thought of this. It's good that you admit it. Wu Chengyi continued to rotate his sword. You want revenge? Yang Kai sneered. His death was due to his lack of skill, he can't blame anyone. But today, since you dare to oppose me, don't even think about leaving here alive. Wu Chengyi's face suddenly filled with a violent aura, coldly shouting, the dignity of my 9-star sword school cannot be trampled on. My, Wu Chengyi's, dignity cannot be trampled on. Even the young lords of the central capital's 8 great families can only look up to me. Who do you think you are? Sword body. With a shout, the sword chi floating around Wu Chengyi's body suddenly began to hum and condense into a solid form, flying around his body, shuttling back and forth. This move was both offensive and defensive, something Yang Kai had experienced from Qi Jianxing once before, but now that Wu Chengyi was using it, it was even more pleasing to the eye. However, this dazzling sword body contained a great deal of killing power. Get over here and accept your death, I'll give you a quick death. Wu Chengyi seemed to have taken some kind of aphrodisiac and suddenly became excited, pointing his sword towards Yang Kai and coldly shouting. Chapter 262. With the support of his sword, Wu Chengyi felt like he was invincible. He stood there like a peerless sword that had just been unsheathed. His awe-inspiring sword intent enveloped an area of several hundred feet. The sword chi drifting in the air gave off a light sizzling sound, cutting through the world like a blade. Instantly, tiny scratches appeared on the ground. Yang Kai sneered, not showing any fear. Pushing his Yuan Chi to its limit, a violent power gushed out from his body, causing a series of explosions to ring out from his body. His unparalleled momentum also rose rapidly with this series of explosions, reaching its peak. The auras of the two were completely different. Wu Chengyi seemed invincible, while Yang Kai seemed crazy and overbearing. Even before they had begun fighting, their auras had already clashed, causing a burst of wind to rise up from the ground, gathering in the middle of the two without dissipating. Come! Wu Chengyi roared, his expression filled with madness as he waved his sword, sending out 2 sharp slashes. The space around him seemed to be cut into a cross-shaped mark, and with Wu Chengyi's roar, a cross-shaped sword chi suddenly appeared, shooting towards Yang Kai like a meteor. Yang Kai stamped his foot, causing the ground to tremble. A ferocious force erupted from the soles of his feet, causing the ground around him to crack open, spreading out like a spider's web with his feet as the center. Like a gust of wind, Yang Kai rushed towards Wu Chengyi. Halfway through, Yang Kai sent out a punch towards the cross-shaped sword chi. With a loud bang, the sword chi shattered, but Yang Kai's figure was not affected in the slightest and his momentum was not reduced in the slightest. Wu Chengyi's pupils shrank, no longer holding back any of his exquisite sword skills. Waving his sword, Wu Chengyi sent out a series of slashes towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai dodged again and again, but if he couldn't avoid them, he could only smash them with his fists. After 3 breaths of time, Yang Kai had already closed in on Wu Chengyi. His violent aura was like a city wall, suppressing Wu Chengyi so much that he almost couldn't breathe. Displaying his full strength, Wu Chengyi hurriedly retreated. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai grinned. As he chased after Wu Chengyi, Yuan Chi's iron fists continuously rained down on him, forcing Wu Chengyi to raise his sword to block. His swordsmanship was ethereal and nimble, extremely ingenious. Dazzling lights and sword skills erupted from where the two of them were, shooting out in all directions. At the very beginning, the two figures were neither fast nor slow, but soon after, the two figures became blurry. After a while, they completely merged together. Numerous noises could be heard. In just half a cup of tea's time, they had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Boom! Their figures were entangled with each other as they leaped up over 30 meters into the air, and then they suddenly plummeted to the ground, smashing open an enormous crater in the ground. Xiao, in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai and Wu Chengyi were already several dozen meters away. The fierce battle continued. Zimo, who was watching from a distance, was reluctant to even blink, her beautiful eyes flashing with a strange light. She wasn't worried about Yang Kai's life at all. She was only shocked by the fighting strength he had displayed. That smelly brat has become a lot stronger. Zimo bit her red lips, her heart filled with hatred, but her mouth still held a faint smile. The last time they had separated, he and his brother Kai Shui had fought head-on, and in the end, he had relied on his strange martial skill to control the sixth-order monster beast to regain control of the situation. But now, when they met again, he was actually able to fight evenly with Wu Chengyi. In terms of combat strength, Wu Chengyi was probably even stronger than Kai Shui. The speed at which Yang Kai grew made Zimo both envious and admire him. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai and Wu Chengyi had already rushed a few thousand meters away. Zimo stomped her feet and hurriedly followed. She did not want to miss such a fierce and exciting battle. Especially since this was a battle between cultivators of the same age and level as her. Along the way, there were some bloodstains, whether it was Yang Kai's or Wu Chengyi's, but in any case, the two of them were definitely fighting fiercely, so it was impossible for them to stop until they were dead. When Zimo arrived, she saw that the two of them had separated again and were now staring at each other from a distance of more than 300 meters. Wu Chengyi's face was blue, his original calm expression had disappeared, replaced by endless madness, his eyes trembling slightly as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. His mouth was overflowing with red blood, and his face was slightly pale. Obviously he had suffered some minor injuries. On the other hand, Kai Yang's body was also covered with several sword wounds. His flesh was torn apart and he was dripping with blood. Especially his two fists, they were densely packed with tiny sword scars. Wu Chengyi's sword was both offensive and defensive, so if Yang Kai wanted to hurt him, he would have to hurt himself first. But he was still smiling, his smile incomparably evil. Facing the afterglow of the setting sun, soaked in blood, his black hair fluttering in the wind, Zimo's pretty face couldn't help blushing. "I started cultivating when I was 8 years old." Wu Chengyi suddenly opened his mouth, his voice somewhat hoarse and trembling. "It has been 14 years since then. From childhood to now, I have been invincible among my peers. No one is qualified to be my opponent, no one can defeat me. Even the young lords of the central capital's 8 great families are not my opponents. Wherever my sword points, no one dares to disobey." Taking a deep breath, Wu Chengyi's expression became dignified. "You are very strong. Yuan Chi, a first-order cultivator, was actually able to fight me to a draw. I, Wu Chengyi, have truly opened my eyes today. It turns out that it is not that there are no geniuses in this world, it's just that I was too ignorant. Awakening before you die, at least your life will not be in vain." Yang Kai grinned. Wu Chengyi raised his brow and coldly snorted. "Do you really think you can beat me? I haven't even used my full strength yet." "I haven't either." Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light as his lips curled up slightly, revealing an inexplicable grin. Hearing this, Wu Chengyi's eyes narrowed. "Then let's go again. Let's see if you die or I die." Wu Chengyi's competitive spirit was completely aroused and he shouted. From a young age, he had always enjoyed the praise of his elders and the admiration of his peers. The 9-star sword school had always regarded him as their future hope. Some people had even asserted that if Wu Chengyi truly grew up, the 9-star sword school would truly have the qualifications to become a super force. Such a proud person had actually been injured today by an opponent whose cultivation was far lower than his. How could Wu Chengyi accept this? In the beginning, it was Yang Kai who wanted to take his life. Now, even if Yang Kai wanted to stop, Wu Chengyi would not agree. Between the two of them, victory and defeat was inevitable, and one of them was bound to die here. If it wasn't Wu Chengyi, then it would be Yang Kai. The one who survived would be the real genius. There was no first in literature, and no second in martial art. But in Wu Chengyi's mind, he was the first of his generation. Anyone who tried to encroach on his position was an irreconcilable enemy. After shouting, Wu Chengyi's crazed expression suddenly calmed down, and a palpitating sword chi spread out. Zemo's pretty face changed, and without hesitation she retreated a few dozen meters before coming to a stop. Yang Kai's expression also suddenly became calm. I only have one move left. If you can block it, you win. If you can't, you die. Wu Chengyi roared, his yuan qi suddenly transforming into sharp blades that flew out from all the major acupoints on his body. The sword he had been using to support himself also suddenly collapsed. Wu Chengyi gave up on defending and turned all his yuan qi into an attack. In an instant, Wu Chengyi was surrounded by hundreds of sword qi blades. Each of these sword qi blades was formed from yuan qi and contained a huge amount of killing power that could not be underestimated. If these hundreds of sword qi blades were released at the same time, no matter who it was, they would have to avoid them. But this was not the end, as with a shake of his sword, another 100 sword qi blades rushed out. Then, another 100. The sword qi blades seemed to cover the sky and the earth, lingering around Wu Chengyi, as if the whole world had become a world of swords. Yang Kai took a deep breath and did not dare to hold back, reaching out his hand and summoning the Azura sect's hallowed artifact, the Azura sword. The yuan qi in Yang Kai's meridians retreated into the dantian and stored away, while the energy from the unyielding golden skeleton fiercely poured out. Black qi swirled around him, and a kind of aura that made people feel uneasy burst out from Yang Kai's body. The energy inside the unyielding golden skeleton was completely different from the pure yang true yang yuan qi. This kind of murderous and destructive energy was quite similar to the aura of the Azura sword itself. Yang Kai's original intention was to maximize the power of this artifact, but when he held the Azura sword and used the unyielding golden skeleton's energy, the Azura sect's hallowed artifact seemed to come alive and crazily devoured the energy from the unyielding golden skeleton. In an instant, the Azura sword burst out with a mixture of red and black light. This light was like a black hole, and when it erupted, it swallowed up all the surrounding light, causing the whole world to lose its color. In the distance, Zemo felt her vision darken. Wu Chengyi's sword qi blades also suddenly dimmed. *Zheng, *A sword cry rang out from the Azura sword, and the sound and energy ripples from it affected Wu Chengyi's countless sword qi blades, causing them to resonate at the same time. The sword qi blades trembled, as if they were about to break free from Wu Chengyi's control and shoot out. Wu Chengyi's expression changed greatly as he hurriedly stabilized his mind and controlled his sword qi, not allowing it to be affected by the Azura sword. Yang Kai was stunned by all this, but soon his eyes flashed a burst of joy as he continued to pour energy into the Azura sword. At this moment, he understood the mysteries of this heaven-grade artifact, and a faint connection was formed between him and the sword. It was as if the Azura sword had become a part of his body, blending with his blood. Both sides were desperately accumulating their strength for the final blow, separated by a few dozen meters, both of them ruthlessly staring at each other. The number of sword qi blades surrounding Wu Chengyi had reached more than 2,000. As the last few bursts of sword qi burst out from his body, the face of this 9-star sword faction disciple suddenly lost all color, becoming extremely pale. He kept gasping for breath, as if at this moment, he had become an ordinary person without the strength to truss up a chicken. This is my 9-star sword sect's secret technique, 10,000 swords return to one. Wu Chengyi coldly shouted, a trace of regret appearing on his face. Unfortunately, with my strength, I can only condense 2,000 sword qi blade. This is formed from all of my true yuan. Yang Kai gripped his scarlet blood sword and grinned meaningfully. I don't know what this technique is, but its power is definitely not small, be careful. Chapter 263. Zemo, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help curling her lips in disdain. These two obviously wanted to kill each other as soon as possible, turning each other's bones to ash and dismembering their bodies into 10,000 pieces. Just now, they had been fighting fiercely, not showing any mercy, but at this critical moment, they were actually telling each other all the details and reminding each other. Men, they are really strange creatures. As a woman, and a woman with a deep mind at that, how could Zemo know that men were sometimes even more arrogant than women? At certain times, even if they were to die, they would not abandon their pride. Wu Chengyi's arrogance made him confident that this blow would be enough to kill Yang Kai, so he was not worried about leaking this information and causing any negative impact on the battle. Yang Kai's arrogance made him unwilling to take advantage of Wu Chengyi, so he responded with a warning. This is a battle between men. Women don't understand. Surrounded by more than 2,000 sword chi blades, Wu Chengyi suddenly moved. At this moment, his expression became very strange. Dignified, there was a hint of piety in his expression, as if what he was about to display was not a sword move, but rather the blossoming of his life force. Rotating his long sword, the tip of the sword flashed brilliantly. The earth-shattering sword chi clanged at the same time, buzzing incessantly, and the sharp sword will soared into the sky. Suddenly, more than half of the 2,000 sword chi blades disappeared, leaving only a little more than 1,000, then another half disappeared, leaving only 500, 300 sword chi blades, 200, 100, 90. A faint sigh came out of Wu Chengyi's mouth, full of regret and helplessness. After sighing, Wu Chengyi's face suddenly flushed red, and he became high-spirited. With a wave of his long sword, more than 90 sword chi blades flew towards Yang Kai. 10,000 swords returned to one. This was one of the 9-star sword sect's secret techniques, and only those who had made enough contributions to the sect were eligible to learn them. Among Wu Chengyi's generation, he was the only one who had ever learned this technique, so it was obvious that the sect's elders had high hopes for him. If this sword skill was cultivated to the grand accomplishment stage, 10,000 swords would return to one, and that would be enough to split the heavens and earth. A sword that could cause mountains and rivers to tremble, but Wu Chengyi's current strength was not enough. Even after exhausting all of his yuan qi, he was only able to condense more than 2,000 sword chi blades, eventually converging them into 90. Even so, such a move was still extremely powerful. Zemo's beautiful eyes trembled. Even though they were separated by nearly 2,000 meters, she could still clearly feel the sword intent that was rushing towards her. The surrounding air seemed to have turned into sharp blades. Cutting into her skin, waves of pain like being bitten by mosquitoes and ants spread throughout her body. This sword strike had already exceeded the limits of what she could bear and understand. Just now, if Wu Chengyi had used this sword to deal with her, she feared she would have already been crushed to pieces. He looked at Yang Kai in horror. She didn't know if Yang Kai was strong enough to take it. On the other side, Yang Kai's figure was completely enveloped by the black gas, and his true appearance could not be seen clearly. In the darkness, only 2 scarlet eyes emitted a terrifying light. Those eyes were filled with madness and calmness. The combination of contradictions was extremely strange. Facing the 90 or so sword chi blades, Yang Kai did not try to dodge. Instead, he gripped the Azura sword in his hand and slashed forward with all his strength. The demonic chi that had just been swallowed by the Azura sword burst out. A wave of unsettling fluctuations burst out, centered on Yang Kai's position. The earth seemed to be lifted, sending sand and stones flying everywhere. However, where the Azura sword pointed, there was no sword chi, nothing at all. The strangeness of this sword strike was also beyond Zemo's imagination. After releasing this sword strike, Yang Kai straightened up. With a smile on his face, Yang Kai raised his hand and rested the scarlet sword on his shoulder. This smile was full of confidence. Wu Chengyi's pupils shrank rapidly. Although he did not see any attack coming, a strong sense of fear welled up in his heart. It was like the call of death. In the blink of an eye, Wu Chengyi's 90 sword chi blades flew towards Yang Kai. However, in the air, a dark hole about the size of a bowl suddenly appeared. This scene was extremely strange, as if someone had accidentally spilled a drop of ink onto a painting. As soon as the dark hole appeared, it suddenly spread out, as if it had the power to swallow everything. Wherever the black light passed, Zemo's vision went dark and she could no longer see anything. In the darkness, a series of popping sounds rang out, as if someone had been hit by the sword chi blades. Zemo's heart trembled, because she recognized that the source of this sound was where Yang Kai was standing. Before she could even exclaim, Wu Chengyi also let out a muffled groan. The world once again returned to normal. After a moment, Zemo finally noticed a bright light and everything in front of her gradually became clear. Looking around, the world was clear, the sun had set, and the sky was dyed red, dyeing the earth a bloody red. Hearing a violent heartbeat, Zemo nervously looked towards Yang Kai, only to see that he was still standing in the same place. The clothes on his upper body had all been torn to shreds, revealing his sturdy figure. Although his physique was not particularly strong, at a glance, it was obvious that he was full of explosive power. Now, there were several red spots on his back, and after a single breath of time, blood was gushing out from them. These were the wounds caused by the sword chi blades. Defeated. Zemo couldn't help covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Such a powerful and heaven-defying man had actually been defeated. Looking at Wu Chengyi again, he was also standing in his original position, as if he had not moved at all, his body straight like a javelin, his eyes filled with an unruly light. His long sword was now in front of him, and a gentle breeze blew past, causing his robes to flutter. A drop of red slowly spread across his chest, gradually expanding. His mouth twitched slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out, his expression gradually becoming stiff. The unruly look in his eyes gradually faded, becoming empty and lifeless. Completely devoid of life. Zemo cried out in alarm, her expression extremely complex. Was this a mutual destruction ending? Cough cough. Suddenly, a light cough came from Yang Kai's side, causing Zemo's whole body to tremble. Turning her head, she saw Yang Kai holding onto his Azura sword, his figure staggering, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. Beauty. Yang Kai struggled to turn his head to look at her, a wry smile hanging on his face. Can you come and help me? This smelly brat really didn't die. Zemo grit her teeth, hesitating for a moment. She quickly stepped forward to greet him. The distance of more than 1,000 meters took Zemo more than 20 breaths of time. Looking at Yang Kai with a complicated expression, Zemo's mood fluctuated. If he were to kill him right here and now, in the future, she wouldn't have to worry about the brand in her mind. However, when she thought about how this man had stood up for her in that isolated space, killed by Xiao Ming and his fellow apprentice brother in anger, and even saved her life from being besieged by demonic beasts, Zemo couldn't bring herself to do it. This time, if it wasn't for him, she definitely wouldn't have been able to escape from Wu Chengyi's clutches. Thinking about it, he had already saved her twice. Ha, what a headache. Pick up the thing on the ground and give it to me, Yang Kai shouted. Zemo's thoughts were interrupted. Looking down, she saw a small cloth bag on the ground and bent down to pick it up. Handing it to Yang Kai, she curiously asked, "What is this?" "It's nothing, just a small artifact." Yang Kai chuckled lightly as he stuffed the universe bag into his trousers pocket. Then, without any trace of politeness, he pulled Zemo over and draped his arm over her shoulder, placing most of his weight on her. "Let's go to Wu Chengyi." Yang Kai motioned. Zemo gave him a displeased look, but still obediently helped him walk towards Wu Chengyi. Arriving in front of Wu Chengyi, Yang Kai reached into his clothes and searched around. Finally, he found a small bottle that was half filled with a liquid. "Haha." Yang Kai laughed, his guess was not wrong, Wu Chengyi also had brilliant flame liquid, much more than Qi Jianxing. "What's this?" Zemo stared blankly. Although she knew this was definitely something good, she still couldn't bring herself to ask for it. "I'll tell you later." Yang Kai grinned. "Let's find a place, I need to heal first." In the wilderness, inside a small hole in the ground, Kai Yang was sitting cross-legged with his upper body bare. His battle with Wu Chengyi. His injuries were not serious, they were only physical wounds. It was not Wu Chengyi's sword chi that injured him. It was his sword intent. Wu Chengyi's 10,000 swords returned to one. Sword intent had penetrated Yang Kai's body. At this moment, he was holding the Azura sword in both hands, trying to comprehend its sword intent. Since obtaining the Azura sect's hallowed artifact, Yang Kai had only used it once, during his battle with Bai Yunfeng in High Heaven Pavilion. At that time, he had just refined the Azura sword into his body and had no time to familiarize himself with it, so his understanding of it was limited to that of a heaven-grade artifact. Over the past year, the Azura sword had been nurtured by Yuan Qi in his dantian, blending with his body. Until now, it had finally become one. This time, using it allowed Yang Kai to discover that the Azura sword was not just a heaven-grade offensive artifact, it also had a very special function. That was to seize the enemy's sword skills and use them for oneself. This was a function that only targeted sword skills. In his last battle with Wu Chengyi, the Azura sword had used a large amount of evil energy from Yang Kai's golden body to form a black hole. This black hole had swallowed up the lethality of Wu Chengyi's sword skill, leaving behind only the sword intent. That was why Yang Kai did not try to evade and instead used his body to withstand this attack. However, even the sword intent had pierced through Yang Kai's body, making him look like he had been seriously injured. Sword intent was the essence of a sword skill, just like a person's divine sense. A sword skill without sword intent was just a form, never able to display much of its power. At this moment, Yang Kai was comprehending the sword intent of this sword skill, trying to understand the mysteries of the 10,000 swords returned to one. Once he succeeded, he would have a sword skill he could use. Moreover, the grade of this sword skill would not be low. The 9-star sword school's secret sword skill was a mysterious grade sword skill. The Azura sword's function was very strange, no wonder it had become the Azura sect's hallowed artifact. However, seizing someone's sword skill was also a dangerous task. If one was not careful, not only would they fail to seize it, they would also be seriously injured. Yang Kai was not in a hurry, slowly comprehending this sword skill. In his mind, he was constantly replaying Wu Chengyi's 10,000 swords returned to one as well as the fluctuations from his Yuan Qi. The Azura sword also gave off a burst of strange vibrations, resonating with it. Zemo stood at the entrance of the cave, bored to death, staring at the closed Yang Kai with a complicated expression. While playing with her hair, Zemo pursed her lips, contemplating whether or not she should attack Yang Kai and kill this hateful smelly brat, but after thinking about it for a long time, she still could not make up her mind, her heart in knots. Chapter 264. After a long time, Zemo sighed faintly, turned around, and left. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and stared in the direction she disappeared, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Young master, that little girl seemed to have thought about killing you, but after hesitating for some reason, she finally gave up." The old demon quickly reminded him. He had been vigilant of Zemo's movements and had naturally seen her expression just now. "I know, she made a wise choice." Yang Kai nodded slightly and continued to close his eyes and meditate. Half a day later, Zemo returned, bringing back a lot of dead wood and a game. Lighting a bonfire and roasting the game, Zemo sat down beside it to warm herself while waiting for Yang Kai to wake up. 3 days later. Just as Zemo was cursing Yang Kai, a faint sword intent suddenly came from nearby. Zemo's pretty face immediately changed color as she stood up vigilantly and looked in the direction of the source of this sword intent. Immediately, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Because this sword intent was actually coming from the pit where Yang Kai was healing. This sword intent was very familiar. It was the same sword intent that had appeared a few days ago when Wu Chengyi had displayed his heaven-shaking sword technique, but now it was actually reappearing on Yang Kai's body. Zemo stared at it suspiciously, her brow furrowed. Gradually, this sword intent became stronger and stronger. The rate at which it was increasing was quite fast. In just the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, it had reached a point where Zemo's beautiful face paled. It was as if the dead Wu Chengyi had come back to life and was about to display that amazing sword technique again. Hong. The pit where Yang Kai had been hiding suddenly burst open, filling the air with a cloud of dust as a figure leapt out from inside, leaving behind a trail of red light. Zemo exclaimed and hurriedly retreated, looking towards the source of this figure in amazement. only to see Yang Kai with his eyes closed. In his hand was the crimson-red longsword artifact, standing motionless in place. His yuan qi was undulating, unstoppable, like a sharp sword piercing his body. Clang! The crimson sword gave off a crisp sound. Following this sound, Yang Kai's yuan qi seemed to be activated. In an instant, hundreds of sword energies appeared around him. Another few hundred. A moment later, the entire world once again turned into a world of swords. Just like what he saw a few days ago. It was a shocking sight. Zemo covered her mouth. He was extremely shocked. That day, Wu Chengyi had said that this move was one of the 9-star sword sect's secret techniques, so how could Yang Kai use it? On top of that, the number of sword qi Yang Kai had condensed was much higher than Wu Chengyi's. Wu Chengyi had spent a great deal of his yuan qi on that day and had only managed to condense 2,000 sword qi. However, at this moment, Yang Kai had transformed into over 3,000 streaks of light. 3,000 was Yang Kai's limit. At this moment, his expression became difficult. With a jolt of the sword, the 3,000-plus strands of sword qi fused together in the blink of an eye. There were only about 100 of them left. Wherever the tip of the sword pointed, the sword qi, which contained a tremendous destructive power, shot out in a certain direction. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the ground in that direction was instantly riddled with holes and fragmented. Yang Kai closed his eyes, his expression dignified. 9-star sword sect's secret technique, a mysterious grade sword skill. Sure enough, it was extremely powerful. This move was not inferior to the instantaneous eruption of Star Mark. However, at the same time, it consumed a considerable amount of yuan qi. No wonder Wu Chengyi looked exhausted after using this move. However, compared to Star Mark, 10,000 swords returning to one had many advantages. Because this move was composed of two parts, one was to use yuan qi to condense sword qi, which could be used to attack, while the other was to fuse these sword qi together and cultivate it to the grand accomplishment stage, converging them into a single sword strike capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Wu Chengyi had not cultivated it to the grand accomplishment stage, and neither had Yang Kai. However, being able to learn this sword skill, Yang Kai was already very satisfied. At least in the future, when he used the Azura sword, he would no longer just be blindly chopping and chopping, he would at least be able to use his own sword skill. The recently formed yuan qi in his body once again fused together and became as sharp as a sword, rapidly flowing through his meridians. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he remained motionless. Half an hour later, an invisible aura suddenly spread out, causing Yang Kai's body to tremble as he opened his eyes. Yuan Qi Boundary Second Stage. With the help of this mysterious grade martial skill, Yang Kai's strength had risen to another level. Smiling slightly, Yang Kai put away the Azura sword. Hearing the sound of footsteps behind him, Yang Kai turned around and saw Zemo walking towards him with a strange expression on her face. When she was about a dozen meters away, she came to a stop. Although her face was smiling coquettishly, there was a trace of unconcealable vigilance and dread in her eyes. Just now, right in front of her, Yang Kai had miraculously broken through again. How could she not have noticed? This breakthrough was too strange, there was no sign of it happening at all, causing Zemo to feel both envy and admiration. After a long silence, Zemo finally said, "Since you're awake, I'll be going." She did not ask Yang Kai how he had learned Wu Chengyi's sword skill. At this time, the more she knew, the more harmful it would be to her. Zemo was a smart woman, so she naturally knew when to turn a blind eye. "Where are you going?" Yang Kai tilted his head and asked with a smile. Zemo was stunned for a moment before smiling softly and saying in a soft voice, "Where else can I go? Of course I'm going back to Qianlang Dynasty." Saying so, she covered her mouth and blinked her eyes. "What? Could it be I can't go home?" "You don't need to go back," Yang Kai smiled lightly, his tone carrying a hint of irrefutable meaning. "Just follow me from now on." Zemo was stunned for a moment before smiling sweetly. "Why would I follow you? No matter what, I'm still a member of Qianlang Dynasty. If I follow you back to your sect, I'll be treated with contempt everywhere. I won't do it. You should wear more clothes, you'll look no different from a great Han woman. Ian, I need a maid to serve me, so come back with me to serve me tea, warm my bed, and fold my quilt." Yang Kai said seriously. Zemo's expression changed slightly, but she still forced a smile. Are you serious? What do you think? Zemo finally couldn't stand it anymore, the smile gradually fading from her face as her eyes filled with endless grievance, frowning as she stamped her foot. Can't you be reasonable? I was kind enough to stay here for 3 days to take care of you, and now you want me to be your maid after waking up? If I had known earlier, I would have killed you while you were healing. Realizing that she had said too much, Zemo quickly covered her mouth. Nervously observing Yang Kai's reaction, she forced a smile and said, I was just thinking, I didn't really want to do anything, so don't be angry, haha. Yang Kai laughed loudly. Zemo became more and more uneasy, biting her red lips, her brow furrowed. She couldn't understand what Yang Kai was thinking. I was just joking with you. Yang Kai smiled. Why are you so serious? Joking? Zemo's pretty face became colder and colder. Zemo grit her teeth as she asked. En. Yang Kai nodded. I won't take you back with me. You have a woman. Zemo's eyes lit up. Yang Kai grinned sheepishly. Knowing this, Zemo couldn't help but coldly snort, obviously remembering how Yang Kai had acted so presumptuously towards her in that isolated world. Her heart filled with bitterness, but her courage couldn't help growing as she stepped forward. Swaying her hips, she walked directly to Yang Kai's side, sticking close to him. Grabbing one of his arms, Zemo squeezed her towering breasts. I changed my mind, I want to go back with you. Zemo slightly raised her chin. Looking at Yang Kai provocatively, she said, I'd like to see what kind of woman she is, to be able to make such a shameless man fall head over heels for her. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully as he stared at her with great interest. You don't dare. Zemo smiled contemptuously. Woman. Be careful of playing with fire. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a wicked grin. Zemo's beautiful face went pale, suddenly remembering everything that had happened in that isolated world. She quickly distanced herself from Yang Kai like he was a snake, her heart filled with hatred, her chest heaving up and down. She really didn't have the qualifications to challenge him, her soul was under his control, if she really provoked him, in this desolate wilderness. I'm going back, I pray that I never see you again, I pray that your woman throws you away, leaving you alone for the rest of your life. Zemo viciously cursed. Wait. Yang Kai frowned. What do you want to do? Zemo's heart skipped a beat, she didn't want to spend another moment with Yang Kai. Just as she was vigilant, she saw Yang Kai take out a few bottles from his trouser pocket, then from 2 of them, he poured out a drop of liquid and casually tossed it to her. Zemo caught it and suspiciously asked, What are these? A drop of brilliant flame liquid and a drop of soul-cleansing dew. Zemo's expression shook as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement, but soon a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. She couldn't believe it, so she deliberately opened the bottle and took a whiff. For me. After determining that these 2 bottles were indeed brilliant flame liquid and soul-cleansing dew, Zemo held them in her arms like they were precious treasures, her hands firmly grasping them. Yang Kai nodded. Consider it a reward for bullying you all this time. Zemo's pretty face blushed slightly as she stared at Yang Kai for a long time before whispering, Actually, you're not that bad. Tempted? It's not too late to come with me. Yang Kai grinned. Get lost. Zemo snorted, her expression suddenly becoming extremely dignified. Don't worry, I will secretly use them, I won't expose you. If you ever come to Tianlang dynasty in the future, just come to Sen Luo temple to find me, I will entertain you well, he. Zemo grit her teeth as she spat out the last sentence. Smelly man, take care of yourself. Zemo chuckled, her body lightly leaping backwards, using her movement skill and soon disappearing from sight. This time, she was finally free from Yang Kai's control. Zemo felt like a huge stone had been lifted from her heart. Although she still had the brand in her mind, Yang Kai was in the Great Han dynasty while she was in Tianlang dynasty. What was there to fear? Once she returned to the sect, she would ask her master if he had a way to remove the brand in her mind. Looking in the direction Zemo disappeared, Yang Kai smiled, turned around, and flew off like a meteor. Passing by the place where he had fought with Wu Chengyi a few days ago, Yang Kai noticed that Wu Chengyi's body was nowhere to be found. Instead, there was a newly dug-up mound nearby, which should have been left by Zemo. This woman's mind is quite sharp. A day later, Yang Kai arrived at a nearby town, spent some money to hire a carriage, and told the coachman where to go before going into seclusion to consolidate his Yuan Qi and Mirror Realm. Chapter 265. Medicine King's Valley was a special force that had been passed down from the Flowing Time Great Emperor for thousands of years. The sect was filled with alchemy masters, and most of its disciples were outstanding alchemists. Its strength was not necessarily very strong, only slightly stronger than some second-class sects and far below the combat strength of a first-class sect. However, its influence was unmatched by any other force. As long as one was a cultivator, in the process of cultivation, they would need to take some pills, and these pills were all made by alchemists. For all the alchemists in the world, Medicine King's Valley was the holy land in their hearts. Any alchemist, when mentioning Medicine King's Valley, would be extremely pious and respectful. Many people even considered joining Medicine King's Valley to study alchemy and see the Pill Sage's legacy as their life's goal. The Pill Sage, the founder of Medicine King's Valley, had died many years ago, but the passage of time still could not erase his sacred status in the hearts of alchemists. It was rumored that the lineage of alchemy was passed down by the Pill Saint in the past. With Medicine King's Valley as the center, the current generation of cultivators was able to take pills when they were injured. Before the Pill Sage passed down his alchemy skills, the world's cultivator only knew how to find herbs and swallow them whole. This was just a legend, but legends were always exaggerated and could not be completely believed. However, there was one thing in this legend that was true. The Pill Saint had indeed existed, and his portrait now stood in the forbidden area of Medicine King's Valley, surviving thousands of years of the Flowing Time Great Emperor without any trace of weathering. This in itself was a miracle. Although Medicine King's Valley had the word valley in its name, this force was not built in a mountain valley. There were more than a dozen mountains around it, each of which was over 1,000 feet high. These mountains formed a circle, covering an area of several hundred square kilometers. This area of several hundred square kilometers was where Medicine King's Valley was located. In each mountain peak, there were powerful alchemists residing there. Some of them were taking in disciples and spreading their influence. Some were alone, cultivating alone and comprehending alchemy. There were 1 or 2 acres of medicine fields in each mountain, planted with a variety of spirit grasses and herbs that made people drool. The entire valley of the medicine masters contained an endless supply of alchemy materials. At the center of these mountains was a valley-like existence. It was different from the tranquility of the surrounding mountains. This valley had been here for many years. Every day was bustling with activity. The cultivator coming and going was like a school of carps crossing the river, in an endless stream. There was no other reason. This small town built in the middle of the valley was the place where Medicine King Valley communicated with the cultivator from the outside world. If a cultivator wanted to refine pills, they would bring sufficient materials. He had come here to look for the disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters to refine. The disciples of Medicine King's Valley did not accept gold or silver for their alchemy. They only accepted 1/3 of the finished product. No matter what grade of pill one came to Medicine King's Valley to refine, whether it was a common grade pill or a heaven grade pill, there was nothing to be said if the refinement failed, but if the pill was successfully refined, 3 out of 10 pills would be the alchemist's reward. This kind of method of collection was a bit of a lion opening its mouth and asking for an exorbitant price. Every single heaven-grade medicinal pill was worth a lot. If one worked hard to collect the materials, not only would they have to bear the risk of losing everything, even if the refinement was successful, 30% would be taken away by others as a reward. But even so, it could not erase the enthusiasm and determination of a cultivator to come to Medicine King's Valley to refine pills. Because here, the chances of an alchemist failing to refine pills were very small, and after the pill was successfully refined, the quality of the pills was also higher than the ones refined by the alchemists outside. So even with such harsh conditions, the cultivator was still willing to come here to find someone to refine pills for them. It was better than letting the alchemists outside refine pills and accidentally destroying all the materials. The reputation of Medicine King's Valley was well known, and not only did it attract the cultivator of the Great Han Empire. Even people from the surrounding countries often came here to ask the elders of Medicine King's Valley to refine pills for them. The elders generally did not act rashly. If one wanted to ask them to refine pills, they would need at least heaven-grade or even profound-grade materials, and the remuneration would be higher. Medicine King's Valley had 10 great elders, each of them sitting in the 10 surrounding mountains, each of them possessing unique skills, and their alchemy skills were superb and unpredictable. Most people and even the disciples of Medicine King's Valley rarely saw them. These elders were all in their 60s and spent most of their time in seclusion studying alchemy, and only when some particularly expensive materials appeared would they act to refine pills. In the valley town, there were many shops, but not all of these shops were owned by Medicine King's Valley, and 90% of them were set up here by the various forces in the world. After all, this was the center of all the alchemists in the world, so these forces set up shops here to sell herbs, collect materials, gather intelligence, and so on. Medicine King's Valley itself was also a loner, never making enemies with any of the forces in the world, and never deliberately befriending any of them, so for thousands of years, it had always maintained a transcendent status. In the valley town, fighting was strictly prohibited, so even though there was an endless stream of cultivators coming and going, no one in this city dared to violate this rule. Once someone fought in the city, there was no need for the people of Medicine King's Valley to act, as the others would kill both sides on the spot. But once outside the valley, all kinds of grievances would be ignored by Medicine King's Valley. Therefore, the surrounding thousands of kilometers were two completely different worlds. Inside the valley surrounded by mountains, it was lively and peaceful, while outside the valley, for dozens of kilometers, there was fighting and killing everywhere. These people all had disputes in the valley and did not dare to act on the spot, so they came outside to fight to the death. On this day, a carriage came from afar and stopped about 50 kilometers away from Medicine King's Valley. The coachman put away his whip and shouted into the carriage, "Little brother, we've arrived at Medicine King's Valley. We've arrived." Yang Kai awoke from his meditation, a look of joy on his face as he lifted the curtain and walked out, looking around in amazement. Where is this place? The surroundings were empty. What kind of Medicine King's Valley was this? This was clearly the wilderness. The coachman smiled and said, "Little brother may not know, but the outside of Medicine King's Valley is full of dangers. Ordinary people like us do not dare to rashly approach. Whenever a guest wants to be sent to Medicine King's Valley, they will send them here and turn back. Any further is the gates of hell." Yang Kai frowned, and the coachman noticed his displeasure and carefully explained the situation around Medicine King's Valley to him. Hearing this, Yang Kai's brow gradually relaxed, knowing that the coachman was telling the truth and not deliberately leaving him here. So he no longer cared, it was only a few kilometers, so he casually took out a silver note and handed it to the coachman. Using his movement skill, he calmly approached the distant mountain. Although he had just heard the coachman talk about the dangers outside Medicine King's Valley, seeing it for himself was far beyond Yang Kai's imagination. Along the way, in less than 30 kilometers, he saw 4 or 5 places where people were fighting to the death. These people all had conflicts in the valley and then came outside to resolve them. Along the way, there were even many corpses on the ground that were still emitting heat. Yang Kai was secretly speechless, but adhering to the principle of not meddling in other people's business, he quietly walked away. After walking for a short distance, he suddenly heard the sound of a chase behind him, and the sound of clothes flapping in the wind. Yang Kai frowned and turned his head to look. He saw a young girl wearing a sky-blue dress running towards him. The young girl was about 16 or 17 years old. Her appearance was quite pretty, but at this moment, her big watery eyes were full of panic. She was running with all her might. Behind her, 6 or 7 figures were chasing, their faces full of anger and murderous intent, each of them carrying a sword, looking extremely vicious. "You little wench, stop right there." An angry shout came from the other side. The girl ran even faster. "Quick, don't let her hide in the valley, once she's inside, we'll never be able to catch her." The people saw that the girl was heading towards Medicine King's Valley and couldn't help paling. Medicine King's Valley strictly prohibited martial arts. If this girl really rushed in, everything would be over. In the blink of an eye, the girl rushed in front of Yang Kai. Seeing Yang Kai vigilantly sizing her up, the girl smiled, revealing her white teeth, then using all her strength, she gasped for breath and shouted, "Cousin, run, what are you waiting for?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed as his expression became cold, but before he could react, the girl rushed past him like a gust of wind, bringing with her a faint fragrance. "Not good, that little wench still has someone to help her. Quick, don't let a single one of them go, kill the men and capture the women." The face of the person who had just shouted changed greatly. The group of people chasing her seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, their speed suddenly increasing. "Damn!" Yang Kai's expression was filled with resentment as he gritted his teeth and cursed, not wasting any time to explain himself to those people, instead turning around and chasing after the girl. Whether it was the girl in a light blue dress or the group of burly men chasing after her, none of them were very strong, the strongest only Yuan Qi 3rd or 4th stage. Yang Kai really didn't put this kind of strength in his eyes, but to get involved in such a troublesome matter for no reason really made Yang Kai burn with anger. Using his self-created movement skill, 3 steps became 2, and in just a few breaths of time, he had caught up with the girl's figure. The girl was stunned, quickly turning her head to look, just in time to see Yang Kai grimacing at her, his smile ferocious and terrifying. "Cousin." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and called out affectionately, "Ha ha." The girl's pretty face immediately turned bitter, goosebumps rising all over her body. She never expected that Yang Kai, who looked so young, would be so fast. Before her laughter fell, Yang Kai's face sank, and while running, he stretched out a large hand to grab the girl. The girl's expression changed greatly, and she raised a slender hand to meet his attack. Yang Kai urged his Yuan Qi to meet her attack. The girl's figure flickered, and her speed suddenly decreased a lot. Before she could react, Yang Kai grabbed her waist with one hand and clasped her wrist with the other, suddenly stopping her in her tracks. "You! What are you doing? Run!" The young girl shouted in panic as she watched the group of people chasing after her rapidly closing in on her. Yang Kai coldly snorted, twisted his waist, and threw the young girl towards the group of people who had gathered before him. "You!" The girl's eyes were filled with disbelief. She never expected that Yang Kai would do such a thing. Chapter 266. Being caught in a hurry and then thrown back, the girl didn't even have time to react and fell straight to the ground. When the group of people who were chasing after her saw this scene, their expressions were greatly shaken, and they scattered in all directions. By the time the young girl landed on the ground, everyone had already surrounded her. "Little wench, let's see where you can run now." The leader of the large men clenched his teeth and shouted, his face full of anger. The rest of the people sneered, and several of them looked up and down the girl's delicate and plump body, their eyes flashing with a trace of lust. Yang Kai observed the expressions of this group of people and his face suddenly became gloomy. This group of people, they were not good people. The girl looked resentful and bit her red lips, looking at the large men around her with great fear, not daring to move. Her strength was not very strong, only at the peak of separation and reunion boundary. Now that she was surrounded, how could she escape? Her pair of big watery eyes looked towards Yang Kai and screamed, "You bastard, you shameless bastard, I curse you to die a horrible death, to have your soul destroyed, to be struck by lightning." If she had not been thrown back by Yang Kai, she would have already rushed into Medicine King's Valley and been safe. Thinking of this, the girl felt wronged and angry. Yang Kai snorted and turned to leave. Although he knew that this group of large men were not good people, the girl's actions just now had angered him and he made up his mind to scare her. Seeing him so heartless, the girl felt cold all over. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to leave, the large men surrounding the girl exchanged glances and 2 of them quietly rushed out, holding sharp swords and steel knives as they moved towards Yang Kai. Regardless of whether these 2 people were cousins or not, since he had already seen them, there was no reason to leave them alive. The girl was about to open her mouth to warn him when a sharp sword was placed against her neck. Feeling the cold sensation, the girl immediately swallowed her warning. The 2 large men were both at the peak of separation and reunion boundary, similar to the girl's realm, and were as fast as the wind. Soon, they arrived behind Yang Kai. The weapons in their hands glowed with a cold light as they aimed straight for Yang Kai's vital points. The young girl couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Her large eyes narrowed, and her long eyelashes trembled incessantly. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel some regret. She really shouldn't have dragged this man, whom she had never met, into the water. Just now, she was being chased too quickly. A thought flashed through her mind. That was all he did. She didn't want to implicate him and cause him to suffer such a calamity. Yang Kai, who was walking forward, seemed to have eyes on his back. Before the weapon could reach him, his body suddenly floated forward. Miraculously, he dodged their attacks. Turning around, Yang Kai looked at the two indifferently, the corners of his mouth slowly rising. He laughed eerily. This turn of events shocked the two large men, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. Knowing that this young man was not weak, they shouted and activated their Yuan Qi, using their killing moves to attack Yang Kai. Two fist shadows appeared in mid-air, and before the two large men had time to react, their bodies were sent flying backwards by a powerful impact. In mid-air, they both coughed up blood, and when they fell to the ground, they had already died. Jie 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 jie. The old demon laughed strangely. In that isolated world, he didn't play much of a role, but now that he had finally come out, he naturally had to show his skills. The black gas broke through the air, circled around the bodies of the two dead people, and then flew out. The leader of the large men saw his two subordinates instantly die, and his expression changed greatly. Placing his sword on the girl's neck, he coldly shouted, "Go!" The rest of the people couldn't help but gulp, roaring in unison as they fiercely rushed towards Yang Kai. Jie jie. The old demon attacked again, and all of them were shocked by this strange artifact. Immediately, one of them split up to block the old demon's soulbreaker all, while the others attacked Yang Kai without slowing down. Asterisk peng peng peng. Asterisk 3 muffled sounds rang out. The large men who had just rushed to Yang Kai's side were all involuntarily sent flying, each of their chests caving in. Since entering this isolated world a year ago, Yang Kai's opponents had all been the elite disciples of various forces. Each of these elite disciples had the ability to fight above their own realm, and each of them was capable of killing enemies 2 or 3 minor realms above their own realm. However, these elites had still suffered defeat at the hands of Yang Kai. Even the most tyrannical of them all, Wu Chengyi, could not escape death. How could these small fries be Yang Kai's opponent? With one strike from each of them, none of them had the chance to resist. Those with lower strength were directly killed, while those who were slightly stronger fell to the ground, completely losing their ability to fight. As soon as the bodies of the three fell to the ground, the old demon shamelessly abandoned his opponent and directly went to absorb their souls. The old demon's opponent didn't even have time to escape before Yang Kai grabbed him, gripped his head with both hands, and fiercely twisted it. With a crisp crack, the man's neck directly broke and his body fell limply to the ground. Leaving this man's body behind, Yang Kai coldly walked towards the big man who had kidnapped the girl, step by step, his Yuan Qi flowing out from his body, his clothes fluttering in the wind, giving him the appearance of a majestic killing god. The girl's mouth formed a circle as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. She had not expected this boy she had dragged into this water to be so tyrannical. He didn't look much older than her, so how could he be so strong? There was already a deep layer of fear and shock in her flickering large eyes. Compared to this group of enemies who had chased her for several days, Yang Kai was more like a villain, a blood-soaked executioner. He killed people as easily as he pinched an ant to death. From beginning to end, his cold expression had not changed in the slightest, and his eyes had not even blinked once. Human life was as light as a feather to him, so he did not care about it at all. The girl trembled with fear, but how could the big man who had kidnapped her not be the same? Although he had the strength of a Yuan Qi 4th stage master, at this moment, he was also scared out of his wits and his soul. He was very clear about the strength of his subordinates. In a one-on-one fight, he could also deal with them, but it was impossible for him to do it as easily as this boy. Friend, this is all a misunderstanding. The big man's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he fearfully watched Yang Kai approach step by step. With a smile on his face, he said, "We didn't do anything to you. Friend, how about we just let it go?" Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, and he did not say a word. Indeed, we were the ones who had eyes but failed to see, and were in the wrong first, "But you have already killed so many of us, do you still want to kill all of us?" The big man repeatedly retreated, and from beginning to end, his long sword was still pressed against the girl's neck. Seeing that Yang Kai was still unmoved, the big man knew that today was not the day to be kind, so he hardened his heart and his expression became ferocious. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill her. You kill me. You kill me, you also die." Yang Kai was still slowly approaching the big man. In an instant, the big man was sweating profusely. As the boy in front of him approached, he felt like a mountain was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. His yuan qi involuntarily circulated, and the long sword in his hand slightly tightened. The girl couldn't help but cry out in alarm as she felt a cold sensation on her neck, and a trace of warmth gushed out from there. "You really think I don't dare to kill you?" The big man tried to intimidate. Before his voice fell, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and an invisible force was released from his mind, directly rushing into the big man's soul. This was the power of divine sense. Divine sense not only could be used to perceive the surrounding situation, it could also be used to attack. However, Yang Kai had never had such an experience, so he was just taking a risk. Pouring his divine sense into the big man's body, the big man's expression was stunned for a moment, but when he recovered, he saw that the boy in front of him was already in front of him, stretching out a large hand and grabbing his long sword. The big man roared, and his yuan qi was activated, fiercely cutting towards the girl's neck, wanting to destroy both jade and stone. Yang Kai's eyes were quick, and his palm struck the big man's face, at the same time sweeping his foot towards the girl, sweeping her away from the sword. In a flash, the girl dodged to the side, a few strands of severed hair fluttering in the air. The big man hurriedly retreated, avoiding Yang Kai's palm, and dragging the long sword in his hand, he pulled a long wound on Yang Kai's other hand. Blood splashed, but Yang Kai's expression was cold and calm, and taking advantage of the situation, he clenched his bloody fist and punched the big man's chest. Burning Sun's 3-layer blast. The big man's strength was at the 4th stage of the yuan qi boundary, so he was caught off guard by Yang Kai's attack, but he was still able to fight back, and his long sword danced in the air, one after another, killing move after another. While they were fighting, the Burning Sun's 3-layer blast, yuan qi exploded in his body, and the big man groaned 3 times, his face suddenly turning pale. Only at this moment did the old demon have the opportunity to rush forward, and join forces with Yang Kai to fight. After a dozen moves, the big man's chest was pierced by Yang Kai's finger. His eyes gradually lost their light, and the big man's face was full of bitterness as he muttered, "Madman." The old demon laughed strangely, and wrapped the soul-breaker all, rushed into the big man's body, and took away the big man's soul, and immediately turned into black gas and entered Yang Kai's body. "Young master, did you feel it?" the old demon asked softly. "Yes." Yang Kai shook the blood off his hand. "These people's yuan qi is very violent, and it seems that they are people who practice evil arts, or they are cultivators who have fallen into the evil path. When a cultivator is at the separation and reunion boundary, their temperament will be divided into 2 levels, which is why this boundary is called the separation and reunion boundary. They enjoy the pleasure of increasing their strength, but are unable to suppress their outbursts of emotions, and are controlled by all kinds of emotions. This is the so-called evil cultivator. These people are generally more brutal, bloodthirsty, and violent. Many cultivators are like this. The higher their strength, the more outstanding their performance will be, and eventually they will walk a different cultivation path from others, such as the people Yang Kai had just killed. Compared to the normal cultivation method, which one is better, no one can say clearly, but generally speaking, evil cultivators are not very popular. In this world, the largest gathering place of evil cultivators is the ash-grey cloud evil land. Within a radius of a few thousand kilometers, big and small demons gathered, and evil cultivators were everywhere. When High Heaven Pavilion's great elder Wei Shitong gave Yang Kai a promotion order, it was to go to the ash-grey cloud evil land and kill an evil cultivator whose strength was not lower than his own, but Yang Kai refused. But how did this girl provoke these people? Chapter 267. With suspicion in his heart, Yang Kai turned to look at the young girl. The young girl had been swept away by Yang Kai's foot and had yet to stand up. Her face was filled with panic and fear, as if she had been greatly frightened, her tender body trembling. Just now, just a little bit more and she would have died. That sharp sword even cut off a lot of her hair, and there was even a dark red mark on her neck. At this moment, she was covering her white neck with her hand, and her entire body was dripping with sweat. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, the young girl couldn't help feeling her heart skip a beat, her face filled with fear. Only now did she realize what kind of existence she had provoked. 7 or 8 lives had been taken by him in less than 30 breaths of time. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a murderous man. Yang Kai frowned, stepped forward, and squatted down in front of her. The young girl retreated again and again, her long eyelashes trembling, her fear reaching the extreme. Chuckling, Yang Kai pushed her hand away and looked at the scar on her neck, saying, "It's just a superficial wound, if you heal it well, it won't even leave a scar." Saying so, he reached into his sleeve and took out a healing pill and handed it to her. The young girl squeezed out a smile. "I have a pill." Her vigilance was quite strong, so Yang Kai didn't care and put away his own pill. The young girl looked at him timidly, but seeing that he didn't seem to have any malicious intent, she bravely took out a bottle and swallowed a pill. "When you were caught, didn't you know to lean back a little?" Yang Kai frowned. I've never fought with anyone before." The young girl's face was a little red. Since she was young, although she had always been cultivating, at most, she had only sparred with others as friends. She had never experienced that kind of life and death battle. Being held by a long sword, she was instantly at a loss of what to do and didn't know what to do. Yang Kai carefully looked at her and found that this young girl's skin was delicate and her clothes were quite luxurious. Although she looked a little mischievous, she still had a unique temperament, one that could not be cultivated by an ordinary small force. This was definitely a young lady from a large family. It was no wonder that despite looking to be around the same age as him, he had the strength of a peak separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Moreover, his actual combat experience was so poor. It was the result of being spoiled. "How did you provoke this group of people?" "How would I know?" The girl immediately felt wronged. "When I left home, when I was playing outside, this group of people suddenly appeared. He had been captured by them long ago. All of them were so ugly. You scared me to death." Yang Kai couldn't help but smile. Seeing that he seemed to be easy to talk to, the young girl's courage couldn't help but grow a lot, and her almond eyes widened. He gritted his teeth and looked at Yang Kai. "And you, why did you throw him back? Do you know how dangerous it was? If I really die, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. I'll follow you every day and annoy you to death." Yang Kai stared into the distance with a deep look in his eyes. After a while, he retracted his gaze and said in a deep voice, "Maybe you didn't mean to shout like that, but what if it was someone else with no strength? If you're unlucky, you'll probably be immediately dismembered by the chaotic swords." The young girl was stunned. Her eyes flickered as she lowered her head and said softly, "I was wrong." After saying that, she looked up again. She felt wronged. "But aren't you too cruel? People say that one should help when they see injustice. You're so strong, even if I used you, it wouldn't matter." Yang Kai chuckled and didn't explain. When those big men surrounded the young girl, Yang Kai naturally saw the lewd light in their eyes. He planned to wait for them to leave and then secretly follow them to see the situation. But he didn't expect that those people wouldn't even let him go. It just so happened that he wanted to kill them all. Standing up, ignoring the young girl's shouts and questions, Yang Kai used his movement skill and headed straight for Medicine King's Valley. The young girl was stunned. She also hurriedly stood up and followed. This place was only a few miles away from Medicine King's Valley. She was deeply afraid that a few evil people would suddenly jump out from somewhere, so naturally she couldn't wait to hide in Medicine King's Valley. Chasing after Yang Kai's figure, after entering the valley town, she couldn't find him anymore. "He's not much older than me, but his strength is so strong. Which family is he from?" The young girl whispered to herself, thinking for a long time but still unable to think of a suitable person. She couldn't help feeling annoyed. Entering the valley town, a variety of medicinal fragrances filled the air, making one feel refreshed. Yang Kai casually wandered around the town and found that the shops here, with the exception of the inns and restaurants, were all related to herbs and pills. Ordinary and extraordinary spirit grasses, rare fruits, miraculous medicines, everything was here. A variety of herbs were displayed in the shops, and there were many that Yang Kai had never even heard of before, but they could be seen everywhere. Worthy of Medicine King's Valley, Yang Kai praised in his heart. With such a scene, as long as one was an alchemist, they wouldn't be willing to leave here. Alchemists had a special fondness for herbs, so with so many of them here, it would be strange if they were willing to leave. In every shop, there were many cultivators who had come here to look around or haggle with the shop owner to buy herbs. There were also many alchemists who were helping the cultivator refine pills. However, all the alchemists in Medicine King's Valley town were disciples of Medicine King's Valley. Most of the cultivators who came here to ask for help in alchemy were here because of Medicine King's Valley's reputation, so naturally they wouldn't look for alchemists from other forces. Yang Kai strolled around for a long time, admiring and observing the alchemists as he went. He found that these alchemists were also divided into different grades. Their corresponding grades were ordinary grade, earth grade, heaven grade, and mysterious grade, each of which was divided into 3 grades: high, medium, and low. Most of the alchemists Yang Kai saw were earth grade alchemists. For example, the one in front of him who had a silver 2-petal flower embroidered on his chest was an earth-grade mid-rank alchemist, which also meant that he could skillfully refine earth-grade mid-rank pills. Each petal corresponded to a grade: gold, silver, and white, which corresponded to high, medium, and low. Through the embroidery on these alchemists' clothes, Yang Kai could see what level they were at. There were very few heaven-grade alchemists, and as for mysterious-grade alchemists, there was not a single one. Only the elders of Medicine King's Valley were mysterious-grade alchemists. Many shops had finished pills for sale. Yang Kai wasn't interested in ordinary pills, but pills that could nourish his soul were something he couldn't help but linger on. These pills could not only strengthen his newly cultivated divine sense, but also nourish the soul-warming lotus, allowing the 5-colored soul-warming lotus to advance towards its ultimate goal of becoming a 7-colored lotus. Once the soul-warming lotus evolved to a 7-colored lotus, its effect would be great. However, soul-nourishing pills were very rare, and many times more expensive than ordinary pills. A bottle of ordinary earth-grade low-rank pills, 10 pills in a bottle, sold for 5,000 taels. But a bottle of earth-grade low-rank soul-nourishing pills was at least 30,000 taels. That was 6 times more expensive. Kai Yang was embarrassed, so he could only look at the ocean and sigh. After strolling around for a long time, Yang Kai saw that the sky was getting dark, so he found an inn to stay for the night. At night, the town of Medicine King's Valley was even more lively, so Yang Kai casually ate a meal before leaving the inn to inquire about some news. He had come to Medicine King's Valley this time to take a look at the Myriad Drug Pond, but the Myriad Drug Pond was a forbidden area of Medicine King's Valley, so it would not be easy to enter. For the next few days, Yang Kai had been inquiring about Medicine King's Valley, but he had been unable to find a way, so he was secretly anxious. Medicine King's Valley's Myriad Drug Pond was located on top of the Pill Saint's Peak. Not only was there a Myriad Drug Pond, but there was also a portrait of the Pill Saint. It was a holy land in the hearts of all alchemists and was usually heavily guarded. Even ordinary Medicine King's Valley disciples could not even think of approaching. Only the Valley Master and Elders were qualified to comprehend the mysteries of alchemy left behind by the Pill Saint. Yang Kai had heard many rumors about the Pill Saint statue, many of which were said to be miraculous. It was said that the Pill Saint's ancestral spirit would appear from time to time, solving the puzzles in the hearts of alchemists and even teaching them alchemy techniques, allowing many people to benefit greatly. It was because of this that Medicine King's Valley carefully protected the Myriad Drug Pond. With such a heavily guarded place, how could one approach it? The Myriad Drug Pond was different from High Heaven Pavilion's Coiling Dragon Stream. Although the Coiling Dragon Stream was a forbidden area, it was very long and very dangerous, so naturally no one dared to approach it. On this day, Yang Kai was wandering around the town when he suddenly saw a familiar figure flash by. Looking at this person's back, Yang Kai couldn't help chuckling. He quietly followed the man. After a short while, he saw the man enter a shop. Yang Kai looked up and saw a plaque hanging above the shop that read Dong Medicine Store. As soon as Yang Kai walked into the medicine hall, a waiter immediately came out and greeted him enthusiastically. "What is honored guest looking for? Our Dong family medicine hall is rich in herbs and has everything you need. Whether it is alchemy materials or finished pills, we sell them all at fair prices. If honored guest is interested, please take a look around." "I don't want to buy anything." Yang Kai shook his head. "Then, I'm looking for the young man who just went in," Yang Kai said. The waiter's expression immediately became vigilant. Sweeping his eyes over Yang Kai, he didn't become angry and instead tentatively asked, "May I ask what this little brother's name is?" Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Just tell him that an old friend of High Heaven Pavilion has come to visit." The waiter stared blankly for a moment before nodding slightly. Turning around, the waiter went into the inner hall to report, and a moment later, came back out again, his face full of smiles as he said flatteringly, "Little brother, please follow me, my young lord invites you in." Yang Kai nodded. Entering the inner hall, the waiter followed the stairs all the way up to the 3rd floor. When he reached the door, the waiter respectfully said, "The young lord is inside." Saying so, the waiter respectfully withdrew. Yang Kai pushed open the door and strode in. At a glance, Yang Kai saw a slightly fat face looking towards him with a smile. Dong family, Dong Qing Han. Behind him were the Dong family's Wind and Cloud dual guards. These two old men didn't say a word, and although they seemed to be very old, in fact their eyes were quite reserved, only nodding slightly towards Yang Kai. Next to him sat a dignified and pretty young girl who was angrily holding a cup of tea. Yang Kai's eyes swept over this group of people, and when their 4 eyes met, he was stunned. The young girl also stared at Yang Kai in amazement, her expression extremely strange, her pair of eyes staring stupidly at him, the tea she had just taken a sip of involuntarily spurting out all over Dong Qing Han's face. Chapter 268. What the hell are you doing? Dong Qing Han had been putting on an older cousin's smile as he looked at Yang Kai, but after being scolded by the young girl, his image was immediately ruined. It's him. The young girl pointed at Yang Kai with her delicate finger, her face filled with shock. Dong Qing Han finally managed to sweep the tea leaves off his head and frowned. "What do you mean it's him? Speak clearly." "The man I met outside the mountain valley, the bad guy who grabbed me and threw me out," the young girl quickly explained. Dong Qing Han was stunned, turning his head to look at Yang Kai, then back at the young girl, a trace of astonishment flashing across his fat face. What a coincidence. Yang Kai was also puzzled. He hadn't expected this mischievous girl to appear here. This was the Dong family's territory, and she was able to sit at the same table as Dong Qing Han. Her status was definitely not low. Could it be? His brow furrowed, Yang Kai faintly guessed. "You still dare to appear in front of me." The young girl remembered what had happened that day, but now that she had the support of Dong Qing Han and the Wind and Cloud dual guards, she immediately became spirited, gritting her teeth as she rushed over to Yang Kai, tilting her chin up proudly, seemingly imitating someone else's demeanor as she sneered, "What's this called? There was a path to heaven but you refused to take it, there was no door to hell but you still rushed in, you're dead." Although she said this, there was no trace of anger or murderous intent on her face. Instead she stared at Yang Kai with great interest. Yang Kai grinned. "Is this how you treat your savior?" Saying so, he slapped the young girl's head. The young girl's big eyes narrowed. Her body suddenly shrank, and she quickly ran back like a rabbit, hiding behind Dong Qing Han, gnashing her teeth as she glared at Yang Kai, her face full of arrogance. "Don't be presumptuous," Dong Qing Han scolded with a straight face. The young girl immediately straightened her back and shouted at Yang Kai, "Don't be presumptuous. I said you." Dong Qing Han turned back and glared at her. "Ah!" The young girl suddenly froze. "No matter what, he did save your life. Don't you know how to thank me? You're already so old, yet you don't even have the slightest bit of etiquette." Dong Qing Han reprimanded sternly. "I don't want that. If he hadn't thrown me back that day, I would have been able to escape into Medicine King's Valley." The girl stomped her foot and made a face at Dong Qing Han. "Impudent. Get out." Dong Qing Han angrily slammed the table. The young girl pursed her lips and her eyes immediately turned red. She angrily rushed out. Before he left, he glared fiercely at Yang Kai. After the young girl left, Dong Qinghan smiled wryly and shook his head, signaling to the wind and cloud dual guards. The two of them immediately released their divine senses and nodded to Dong Qinghan. Sit down. Dong Qinghan motioned. Yang Kai sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. He frowned and asked, that person just now, Yang you've met before. Yang Kai couldn't help but smile wryly. If that was the case, then did they really have a cousin's relationship? He hadn't expected that what she had just casually called out that day would actually become true. Dong Qingyang, Yang Kai had some impression of her. However, the only time he had ever met her was 10 years ago. At that time, she was still a little girl running around behind Dong Qinghan. 10 years later, how could Yang Kai recognize her? A woman changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Yang Kai shook his head. Not only did he not recognize her, she probably didn't recognize him either. Who would remember so many things from their childhood? Yang said that a few days ago she was rescued by a young man about her age. I didn't expect that person to turn out to be you. Dong Qinghan also sighed. Sometimes the world was full of coincidences. It was a chance encounter. Yang Kai nodded slightly, not bothering to claim credit for himself. Not to mention that he hadn't spent much effort that day. The person he had saved was his cousin, so naturally there was nothing worth mentioning. While the two of them were talking, Dong Qingyang came back and tiptoed towards them. In her hand was a piece of ancient jade that exuded a faint energy fluctuation. As these fluctuations spread out, all of her aura was concealed. This kind of shielding was very thorough. Even an immortal Ascension Boundary Master wouldn't be able to detect her with their divine sense. A short time later, Dong Qingyang arrived outside the door like a cat, her small ears perked up as she listened. Yang Kai and Dong Qinghan seemed to be quite familiar with each other, which naturally aroused her curiosity. On top of that, her big brother usually didn't reprimand her, but just now he had actually directly asked her to leave. Dong Qingyang immediately thought that the two of them must have some kind of secret to discuss, so her big brother had deliberately sent her away. Chimph. This young lady wants to hear what you two are talking about. The sound of their conversation drifted out from inside the house. Dong Qingyang bit her red lips, her small face flushed red with nervousness. Although she was nervous, she was also excited. When she was in the Dong family, she had relied on this ancient jade to eavesdrop on countless secrets, so she was already familiar with this. Why are you here? Dong Qinghan looked at Yang Kai and asked. I've come to ask for your help. What kind of help? I want to enter Medicine King's Valley. Yang Kai got straight to the point, taking a sip of his tea and looking at Dong Qinghan faintly. Do you have any idea how to do so? Which peak? Dong Qinghan's expression became serious. Pill Saint's Peak. Hearing this, not only did Dong Qinghan's eyes narrow, even the wind and cloud dual guards standing behind him glanced towards Yang Kai. Dong Qinghan smiled bitterly. Medicine King's Valley has 12 peaks, 10 of which are the residences of the 10 Great Elders, one is the residence of the Valley Master, and the central peak is the Pill Saint's Peak, which is also Medicine King's Valley's restricted area. If you want to enter one of the other peaks, I have a way, but this Pill Saint's Peak. I really don't have the ability. There's no way at all. Yang Kai didn't want to give up. He also knew that the Pill Saint's Peak was special, otherwise, he wouldn't have come looking for Dong Qinghan. He couldn't use the power of the Yang family right now, but Dong Qinghan was different. He was the young lord of the Dong family, the future successor, so naturally he could use the Dong family's connections. Dong Qinghan frowned, tapping his fingers on the table for a moment before saying, "It's not impossible." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Let's hear it. In 2 months, the Alchemy Summit will be held here. At that time, all the alchemists from all over the world will come here to compete with one another. The top 50 alchemists of each realm's alchemist assembly will be allowed to enter the Pill Saint's Peak to look at the Pill Saint's portrait and comprehend the secrets of alchemy. If you can enter the top 50, you can legitimately enter the Pill Saint's Peak. Yang Kai rolled his eyes. Do I look like an alchemist to you? Dong Qinghan shook his head. You don't, but this is the only way to enter the Pill Saint's Peak. Other than that, unless you become an elder of Medicine King's Valley. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Both of these methods were fantastical. Becoming an elder of Medicine King's Valley was obviously impossible, and obtaining a top 50 ranking at the Alchemy Summit was also nonsense. Yang Kai had never even touched upon the alchemic way, so how could he stand out among the world's alchemists? Anyone who dared to show off their skills at the Alchemy Summit must have a deep understanding of the alchemic way. Considering all this, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. Besides the Pill Saint's Peak, if you want to go to any of the other peaks, I can find a way, and it won't be difficult. Dong Qinghan also felt a little embarrassed. This was the first time in his life that his cousin had asked him to do something, yet he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Won't be difficult. Dong Qinghan smiled faintly. It's very simple. Just find some precious treasures and ask the elders of Medicine King's Valley to refine them. That way, you can enter one of the peaks, but at most you can only stay for half a day. If you stay any longer, Medicine King's Valley will expel you. Those elders have very bad tempers, and the disciples of Medicine King's Valley are also very arrogant, even more domineering than the young lords of your central capital's 8 great families. Yang Kai listened to this and secretly shook his head. Only being able to enter for half a day was definitely not enough time. If that's the case, if you're not in a hurry, you can go back first. I'll think of other ways to help you. Dong Qinghan's expression became dignified and serious. I won't ask you what you want to do with the Pill Saint's Peak, but if you make any mistakes, don't sell out my Dong family. Listening to him speak so seriously, Yang Kai grinned. What do you think I'm going to do? Who knows what you want to do, little brat? Dong Qinghan snorted, sighing. I can only say I'll think of a way to help you. I don't have any assurance of success. I know. Yang Kai nodded. After bidding farewell to Dong Qinghan, Yang Kai returned to the inn and sat down to meditate while thinking about how to enter the Pill Saint's Peak. The meaning of Dong Qinghan's words was obvious. He didn't have a good way to send Yang Kai to the Pill Saint's Peak, so he couldn't pin his hopes on him. Just as he was thinking hard, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai frowned, stood up, and opened the door. Opening his eyes, he saw the mischievous Dong Qingyang smiling at him shyly. He. The hatred and hostility from a moment ago had disappeared, replaced by a sense of cordiality and curiosity. Why are you here? Yang Kai looked at her curiously. You really are here? Dong Qingyang breathed a sigh of relief, glancing around the room, lightly coughing. Big brother asked me to tell you that he's found a way. Hearing this, Yang Kai's mouth slowly rose, revealing a strange grin as he stepped aside and said, Come in. Dong Qingyang didn't show any fear and quickly entered the room. Looking around the room with great interest, Dong Qingyang pursed her lips and said, You live in a place like this? So small and messy, you're cough asterisk. Dong Qingyang knew that the identity of the Yang family's young lord couldn't be spoken casually, so she quickly swallowed her words. Your brother said he has a way. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Dong Qingyang nodded quickly. Did he tell you that himself? Of course. Dong Qingyang's long eyelashes trembled slightly. Then why didn't he tell me himself? Wouldn't it be the same if I did? Dong Qingyang sat down on the bed and playfully said, Big brother said that I will be fully responsible for this matter. He has another important matter to attend to and has already left Medicine King's Valley, so there's no need to look for him in the future. Chapter 269. Dong Qingyang spoke as if she was telling the truth, but how could Yang Kai believe her? Really? Yang Kai smiled even more strangely. Why would I lie to you? Dong Qingyang stuck out her chest and patted it with her hands. Don't worry, I promise you that you'll be able to get close to where you want to go. Heh. Yang Kai grinned as he stared at Dong Qingyang. This laughter was both obscene and evil, causing Dong Qingyang to feel a prickly heat rise up on her arm, quietly swallowing her saliva, and timidly saying, You're so scary when you laugh. Yang Kai's expression became serious, no longer trying to beat around the bush with her. Tell me, how do you know all this? What? Dong Qingyang pretended to be confused, her expression somewhat unnatural. You know where I want to go. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at her, raising a finger and shaking it. Don't tell me it was your brother who told you. Dong Qinghan wouldn't do such a thing. In the Dong family medicine shop, He had sent Dongqing Yang away before talking to Yang Kai, obviously not wanting her to know Yang Kai's identity, so how could he suddenly involve her in this for no reason? Moreover, the two of them had only been separated for less than an hour. An hour ago Dongqing Han was helpless, so how could he have come up with a solution in such a short time? Coupled with this mischievous little cousin of his, it would be strange if Yang Kai didn't see the problem. It really was my brother who told me, Dongqing Yang firmly asserted. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, grabbed Dongqing Yang's arm, and dragged her out. What are you doing? What are you doing? Dongqing Yang refused to leave, screaming in horror. Yang Kai frowned. If you keep shouting, I'll knock you out. Dongqing Yang quickly closed her mouth and tried her best to retreat, but her strength was much lower than Yang Kai's, so how could she escape? In the blink of an eye, she was dragged to the door. What the hell do you want to do? Dongqing Yang looked at Yang Kai pitifully, a pleading look upon her face. I'll send you back to Dongqing Han, I'm sure he hasn't left yet. Don't. I barely managed to escape, if you send me back I'll be finished. Dongqing Yang panicked. Yang Kai grinned. Then tell me, how do you know all this? Okay, I'll tell you. Only then did Yang Kai release her. Dongqing Yang glared at Yang Kai bitterly. She rubbed her aching wrist and slowly tidied up her messy clothes. Only then did she angrily sit back on the bed. If you dare to lie, I'll really send you back to your brother, Yang Kai said seriously. I overheard it myself. Dongqing Yang quietly glanced over at Yang Kai, but seeing his expression sink, she quickly added, I'm not lying to you, I really overheard it myself. Yang Kai smiled. He asked, how did you overhear it? You're just a peak separation and reunion cultivator. How could you hide from the wind and cloud jewel guard's divine senses? When he was talking to Dongqing Han, the wind and cloud jewel guards had been monitoring the nearby area. If Dongqing Yang had really been eavesdropping at that time, she certainly wouldn't have escaped the detection of those two old men. I naturally have my ways. Dongqing Yang said smugly, sitting on the edge of the bed, her two legs swinging back and forth. Seeing Yang Kai's distrustful expression, Dongqing Yang couldn't help but frown. I'm the Dong family's young lady, how could I not have at least one or two defensive artifacts? Artifact. Yang Kai's brow rose, a look of surprise on his face. What kind of artifact could hide from the divine senses of an immortal ascension boundary master? On top of that, the wind and cloud jewel guards were both late-stage immortal ascension boundary masters, roughly the 7th or 8th stage. To be able to hide from them, the role of this artifact was really not small. Realizing that she had spilled the beans, Dongqing Yang's face filled with annoyance, hesitantly looking at Yang Kai. Quietly whispering, she said, I'll show it to you, but don't try to steal it from me. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, silently nodding his head. He was also very curious about this so-called artifact. Seeing him agree, Dongqing Yang solemnly took out a piece of ancient jade from her sleeve. Yang Kai stared at it and saw that this piece of ancient jade had a dark yellow color, as if it was made by nature. However, there were some crisscrossing lines on the surface of this jade. Obviously it had been refined by someone. Dongqing Yang poured her yuan qi into it, causing Yang Kai's brow to wrinkle as he discovered that her aura had disappeared in an instant. Dongqing Yang said, you haven't reached the immortal ascension boundary yet, so without your divine sense, you won't be able to understand this artifact. You won't be able to understand the wonders of this artifact, but I'm not lying to you. It was because I used this artifact that I was able to hide from those two old men. While she was speaking, Yang Kai had already released his divine sense to investigate her surroundings and found that it was indeed as she had said. As his divine sense swept across the area, there was nothing unusual about her. If he closed his eyes, he wouldn't even notice that there was another person here. This artifact is quite interesting. Put it away, don't expose this thing in front of strangers in the future. Yang Kai sternly exhorted. Dongqing Yang giggled, I don't want to show off my wealth, I'm not stupid. Saying so, she put away the ancient jade. How much did you hear? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Almost, all of it. Dongqing Yang stuck out her tongue. Then how much do you know? I know that place you want to go, and I also know, you really are my cousin. Dong Qing-yang was speechless. She had just casually called him that day, but he had been so accurate. You said before that there was a way for me to get close to that place, is that true? Of course it's true. Dong Qing-yang nodded repeatedly, her eyes rolling as she said, but I won't tell you the method now. Yang Kai suddenly smiled. Do you have a condition? If you do, then state it. Don't let my brother catch me, Dong Qing-yang hurriedly said. Yang Kai frowned. He had long noticed that this little girl had secretly run out. Dong Qing-han appearing in Medicine King's Valley was probably because he had chased after her. Although he had some kinship with the Dong family, in the end, this was their family's business. How could he make such a decision? A few days ago, she had been chased by a group of villains. If something really happened to her, how could the Dong family let it go? Cousin. Dong Qing-yang saw him hesitating, so she put on a pitiful look, shaking Yang Kai's arm. I'm bored to death at home, I just came out for a walk, after a few days I'll go back, please don't tell them anything. Yang Kai remained silent. Dong Qing-yang continued to plead, finally saying fiercely, if you don't protect me, I'll tell everyone you're the Yang family's young lord. Let's see who's going to have a hard time. Yang Kai couldn't help rubbing his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. If it had been someone else threatening him like this, he would have directly silenced them, but this girl in front of him couldn't. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai said, I'll definitely inform Dong Qing-han of your whereabouts. Young Lady Dong suddenly jumped up. She cursed, you have no conscience. Smelly cousin. I hate you. Let me finish. Yang Kai glared at her, but I can also protect you, provided you don't make trouble for me. En. Dong Qing-yang nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I promise to be obedient. Helplessly shaking his head, Yang Kai could only write a letter. Inside the Dong family medicine shop, Dong Qing-han was furious. Young lady disappeared? How could she disappear? Did you all grow up eating shit? With so many pairs of eyes watching you, in the blink of an eye she disappeared. The several Dong family disciples in front of him were being scolded so badly they couldn't help feeling like crying. There was nothing they could do, they didn't have much strength. Medicine King's Valley was filled with people, and with the young lady's strange behavior, she had disappeared into the crowd. What can we do? Thinking so in their hearts, they didn't dare to say anything. What are you waiting for? You bunch of idiots, hurry up and find her. If you can't find the young lady, then don't come back. Just find a place to chop yourself up and feed yourself to the dogs, useless thing. Dong Qing-han's face was livid. The group of people felt as if they had been granted amnesty. Quickly scattering like birds and beasts, all of them muttering in their hearts, young lady, please come back quickly, if you don't we'll all die. Young master, Medicine King's Valley strictly forbids fighting. The young lady won't be in any danger, don't worry. Maybe she'll come back soon. One of the Wind and Cloud dual guards comforted. I'm afraid she'll run away. Dong Qing-han said helplessly, this little girl doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. She suffered a big loss a few days ago and now she still hasn't learned her lesson. His face filled with resentment. The two guards glanced at each other and didn't say anything more. Just as he was feeling annoyed, a young servant came in from outside and bowed respectfully. Which one of you is the Dong family's young lord? Dong Qing-han quickly replied, I am. Hello, young Lord Dong. The young servant smiled flatteringly. A guest asked me to deliver a letter to you. Dong Qing-han's expression shook. Where is it? The young servant quickly handed over the letter. Hurriedly opening it and glancing over it, Dong Qing-han finally put down a big stone in his heart. One of the Wind and Cloud dual guards gave the young servant some silver and sent him away. Seeing his young lord's furrowed brow relax, he couldn't help asking, have you found the young lady's whereabouts? Dong Qing-han rubbed his forehead and took a deep breath, whispering, she went to Yang Kai's place. Since she's with young Lord Yang, there's no need to worry. Inside the inn, Yang Kai gave Dong Qing-yang a room next door. Such a thoughtful arrangement greatly increased the Dong family's young lady's impression of Yang Kai. Cousin, you're so kind. The next day, when Dong Qing-han came to visit, Yang Kai briefly explained the whole story, causing Dong Qing-han to smile wryly. Dong Qing-yang's threat made him not dare to use force. If Yang Kai's identity was exposed, It would not be a joke. In desperation, he could only comply with his little sister's temperament. Time flew by, and 7 or 8 days passed in a flash. These days, Yang Kai spent most of his time cultivating. Although there were many cultivators in Medicine King's Valley, the world energy here was still abundant, so it was a good place to cultivate. From time to time, he would be dragged out to play by Dong Qingyang, and after these days of contact, Yang Kai was surprised to find that his cousin was also an alchemist. However, her grade was not high, only a common grade mid-rank alchemist. She was the Dong family's young lady and had never had to worry about food or clothing since childhood. The family had spent a huge amount of manpower and material resources to cultivate her. If she wanted to refine pills, she could directly obtain them from the family. Why would she need to perform alchemy herself? So even though she showed a strong interest in alchemy, she didn't have much practical experience. After arriving in Medicine King's Valley, it was like arriving in heaven. Everything here made her forget to return. Chapter 270. On this day, before dawn, Yang Kai's door was knocked open and Dong Qingyang excitedly rushed in, directly standing in front of Yang Kai. Ku what ku? Yang Kai glared at her and cut her off. Dong Qingyang stuck out her tongue and quickly corrected herself, calmly saying, "Guard Yang, come with this young lady." After all, she was the Dong family's young lady, and the Dong family and Yang family were related by marriage. If someone were to hear Dong Qingyang call out to Yang Kai, they would definitely be able to guess Yang Kai's identity. So, after some discussion, the two decided that Yang Kai would play the role of Dong Qingyang's guard. When a young lord or young lady of a great family went out, they would always have a few servants around them, so it was reasonable to call them this. Looking at the sky outside, Yang Kai faintly said, "Go play by yourself, I won't accompany you today." Dong Qingyang didn't become annoyed, instead just giggling, "Guard Yang, don't you want to go to that place?" Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious. Is today the right time? For the past few days, Yang Kai had been asking her if she had a way to get close to the Pill Saint's Peak, but Dong Qingyang had never given him any details, only saying that the time wasn't right yet. Bringing it up today naturally gave Yang Kai a glimmer of hope. "Then do you want to go out with this young lady?" Dong Qingyang looked at him triumphantly. Yang Kai quickly got out of bed. Inside the Medicine King's Valley town, Dong Qingyang shuttled through the crowd, as agile as a fish swimming through water. Yang Kai was wearing a set of martial arts robes, his hands folded behind his back, a serious expression on his face as he followed closely behind her. At a glance, it was obvious he was Dong Qingyang's attendant. Arriving at the eastern end of the town, Dong Qingyang's face immediately flushed with excitement and nervousness. Yang Kai could even clearly hear her heartbeat. She took a deep breath and covered her chest with her hand, calming herself down after a long time. Yang Kai looked around and found that there were many people gathered here. Moreover, each of these people had a unique flower petal embroidered on their chests. There were 2 pieces, gold, silver, and white. These people were all alchemists. Most of them were earth-grade low-rank alchemists, but there were also many common-grade alchemists. There were at least 200 people gathered here, bustling with activity. Dong Qingyang also pulled out a single silver petal ornament from somewhere. He pinned it on his chest. Puffing up her chest, it was as if she wanted to let the whole world know that she was a common-grade mid-rank alchemist. "What the hell are you doing?" Yang Kai faintly felt that something was wrong. He asked softly. "Wait. Whether you can enter or not will depend on this." Dong Qingyang responded softly, her small face filled with seriousness. Yang Kai frowned. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai slowly released his divine sense and listened to the nearby alchemist's whispers. After a while, his expression became strange. These people had come from all over the world, but they had all gathered here in order to become a disciple of Medicine King's Valley's Hidden Cloud Peak's elder Xiao Fu Sheng and learn alchemy. Yang Kai opened his eyes, looked at Dong Qingyang, and asked, "Did you come here to become a disciple?" Dong Qingyang smiled. "Of course, Grandmaster Xiao is accepting a disciple. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I ran away from home just for today." Saying so, she looked at Yang Kai pitifully. "Guard Yang, you don't want to tell my big brother, do you?" I just want to know what this has to do with my goal. Hidden Cloud Peak is not far from there. If you can enter. Dongqing Yang said meaningfully. Yang Kai listened to her and his heart moved. Indeed, if he could enter Hidden Cloud Peak, he might be able to find an opportunity to enter the Pill Saints Peak. The two peaks were only separated by 2 mountains. But I don't understand alchemy. Dongqing Yang chuckled. Grandmaster Xiao is accepting a disciple, so there must be a secret behind it. Even if you don't understand alchemy, you still have a chance, it just depends on whether you have the aptitude. Guard Yang. Dongqing Yang gently shook Yang Kai's arm. You see, I've done so much for you, so please don't tell my big brother about this, okay? Besides, being able to become Grandmaster Xiao's disciple can be considered as winning glory for my family. Even if my father finds out later, he will only praise me, so please don't do something so thankless. Yang Kai faintly said, if you can go in, then we'll talk. I'm sure I can. Dongqing Yang said confidently, for this day, I've made a lot of preparations. Just wait and see, I don't know if you can go in. Yang Kai secretly shook his head. He really hadn't expected Dongqing Yang's method to actually be this. The method was very good, but Yang Kai didn't have any confidence. He had never touched alchemy before, so how could he pass Grandmaster Xiao's test? However, right now he could only bite the bullet and try. In any case, he wouldn't lose anything. As time passed, more and more alchemists gathered here, each of them full of enthusiasm. Like Dongqing Yang, there was a mixture of nervousness and anticipation, many of these alchemists even showing pious expressions. It was obvious how much these people respected and worshipped Hidden Cloud Peak's Xiao Fu Sheng. Yang Kai listened to the conversations of these people and learned a lot. Xiao Fu Sheng was one of the top 10 elders of Medicine King's Valley. His alchemy skills were even better than the Valley Master of Medicine King's Valley, and he was one of the few mysterious grade top-rank alchemists in the world. Above mysterious grade was spirit grade, a height no one had ever reached before. Xiao Fu Sheng had been obsessed with alchemy all his life. Although he occupied one of Medicine King's Valley's peaks, he had never accepted a disciple, nor did he have a wife or children. He had dedicated his life to alchemy. In the world of alchemy, Xiao Fu Sheng had unparalleled prestige. A few months ago, news spread from Medicine King's Valley that Xiao Fu Sheng wanted to accept a disciple, shocking the world. Countless alchemists scrambled to worship Grandmaster Xiao and inherit his legacy. The central capital's 8 great families and first-class great forces even wanted to send their own alchemists to Hidden Cloud Peak, but they were all rejected by Grandmaster Xiao. Until today, in Medicine King's Valley town, there was a test set by Grandmaster Xiao. Only those who passed this test could enter Hidden Cloud Peak. Grandmaster Xiao didn't care about the requirements for accepting a disciple. No matter where they came from or what kind of force they belonged to, as long as they had the aptitude, they could learn his alchemy skills. The only requirement was that they had to be at least 25 years old. Therefore, those gathered here were all alchemists of the younger generation. Some of them, in order to enter Hidden Cloud Peak, had even given up participating in the Alchemy Summit. Time passed slowly. Yang Kai stood behind Dongqing Yang, paying attention to the surrounding movements while secretly observing the situation. The sun was high in the sky. With a burst of commotion, the disciples of Medicine King's Valley finally appeared. These disciples of Medicine King's Valley were not Grandmaster Xiao's disciples, but rather alchemists from other peaks who had been entrusted to handle and monitor today's test. Not far ahead was a high platform that had been set up in advance. This high platform was several dozen meters in length and width, and all the alchemists who had come to participate in the test were gathered around it. 4 Medicine King's Valley disciples leapt onto the high platform. The one leading them was a middle-aged man. Embroidered on his chest was a 3-petal golden flower, and his expression was cold and dignified. Holding a huge medicine pot in his hand, he walked forward with a majestic gait. A burst of exclamations rang out. It's Medicine King's Valley's Qin Ziyi, only 35 years old. He's already reached the level of a heaven-grade top-rank alchemist. He's also a genius of Medicine King's Valley. I heard he's the next Valley Master. Sure, quiet. Qin Ziyi came to the high platform and placed the huge medicine pot in his hand on a table. The 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples behind him also stopped. Sweeping his eyes over the crowd, Qin Ziyi cupped his fists and said, "Everyone, my martial uncle Xiao has set up a test here today to accept disciples. This Qin is not talented enough. I will be the supervisor." The special and important status of an alchemist made this group of Medicine King's Valley masters look down on them. Moreover, they were often accompanied by alchemy furnaces all year round, so many of them did not understand the ways of the world and were disinclined to exchange pleasantries with others. As a genius alchemist, Qin Ziyi's arrogance and indifference were even more obvious. After a few simple words, Qin Ziyi opened the huge medicine pot with a straight face. Suddenly, a strange medicinal fragrance filled the air, and when everyone smelled it, their spirits shook. The test is very simple. Here are some pills that my martial uncle Xiao has personally refined for today. He wishes to join Hidden Cloud Peak. He took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it to refine its medicinal effects. If there is nothing else, you may pass the test. Everyone, please help yourselves. Saying so, Qin Ziyi stepped aside. The 3 young Medicine King's Valley disciples stepped forward and looked down at the crowd, their expressions cold and indifferent. Hundreds of people stood around the platform in a daze, none of them daring to be the one to eat the crabs. Qin Ziyi's words were understated, but everyone knew that Grandmaster Xiao's test was definitely something special. Everyone was now waiting for someone else to try, so who would take the initiative to step forward? The Medicine King's Valley disciples were not in a hurry. They just stood on the high platform and waited quietly. After a long time, someone asked, "Dare I ask, what kind of pill is this?" One of the Medicine King's Valley disciples sneered, "A poison pill." The crowd was in an uproar. Although everyone knew that Grandmaster Xiao's test was not easy to pass, this kind of test was still far beyond everyone's expectations. Forcing someone to take a poison pill as soon as they came up, who could withstand it? Everyone only had one life. If they failed to pass the test and died here, wouldn't that be too bad? Qin Ziyi lightly said, "Although it is a poison pill, it is not fatal. However, if one's aptitude is not high enough to take it, they will at least be weakened for 3 to 5 months." Hearing that it was not fatal, many people's minds became lively again. Grandmaster Xiao was still a famous grandmaster, so naturally he would not harm anyone. With this large pot of poison pills here, it was likely that those who wanted to fish in troubled waters would retreat. But of those who came here, which one of them was not confident in themselves? After thinking for a while, someone jumped onto the high platform. "I'll try." "Me too." With someone taking the lead, many people followed suit. Shua 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 shua, more than a dozen people rushed up. "Please." The Medicine King's Valley disciple gestured. These people stepped forward, took a pill from the pot, and put it in their mouths. "Please refine the pills." The more than a dozen people who took the pills quickly sat down cross-legged and began circulating their secret arts. The hundreds of people below all stared with wide eyes, carefully observing, not wanting to miss a single thing. Chapter 271. In just 10 breaths of time, one of the alchemists who had taken a poison pill went pale and without warning, his entire body began to tremble as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Everyone in the audience exclaimed, never having expected the poison pills refined by Grandmaster Xiao to be so potent. Before the exclamations had even ended, 3 loud puffing noises rang out from the stage, followed by a strange stench that drifted over with the wind. It turned out that the alchemist had let out several loud farts while he was distracted. Many people who were nearby were caught off guard and inhaled the stench, nearly vomiting it on the spot, all of them showing looks of disgust. The pale face of the alchemist who had participated in the test instantly turned red. This was not due to the effects of the poison pill but due to shame. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, he had let out 3 farts. How could he endure this? Seeing countless eyes filled with pity and disgust directed towards him, the alchemist suddenly felt ashamed and hurriedly stood up, jumped off the stage, and fled in panic like a stray dog. He actually dared to participate in Grandmaster Xiao's test without any ability. He really overestimated himself. What a disgrace! Which alchemist is this? If word of this gets out, how will he face others in the future? The ridicule coming from behind was like a stab to his back, making him not dare to stay, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the crowd. The crowd had not yet recovered from the ugliness of the alchemist when suddenly there was a soft thump from the high stage. Looking over, they saw the two alchemists who had just taken a poison pill actually fall backwards, their eyes wide open as they maintained a meditative posture, completely unconscious. The three young disciples from Medicine King's Valley glanced at each other and coldly snorted before walking over to the two alchemists and kicking them off the stage. Their attitudes were cold and their expressions were arrogant, as if they were just kicking two objects instead of people. However, no one dared to accuse them of anything. They had already been warned beforehand. Grandmaster Xiao had refined a bottle of poison pills. Since they dared to take it, they should be mentally prepared to be poisoned. Not dead. Immediately, someone went up to test the aura of the two alchemists and found that they were not dead, but for some reason they were still motionless and wouldn't wake up. So hot. Another alchemist suddenly jumped up from the high platform. His exposed skin was as red as blood, emitting a monstrous heat. Steam was rising from the top of his head. He kept tearing at his clothes, and in a short while, his upper body was bare, but he seemed to be unaware. It was still tearing. Dong Qingyang's pretty face blushed as she hurriedly covered her eyes. A few cultivators scurried up from below the high platform and dragged that person away with ashen faces. These few cultivators should be from the same clan as that alchemist. They didn't want to see him embarrass himself anymore. In less than 30 breaths of time, the first batch of alchemists who had participated in the pill trial had been completely annihilated. There were all kinds of living things, and the symptoms of poisoning were also all kinds of strange. Such a tragic experience not only did not deter these alchemists from joining Hidden Cloud Peak, but instead made them even more enthusiastic. The poison pills that Xiao Fu Sheng had refined were clearly the same kind of pills, but they could produce so many different effects. It was indeed the work of a master. Because of this, these alchemists who had come felt that Grandmaster Xiao's alchemy skills were unfathomable. After this group of alchemists left, another 30 alchemists stepped onto the stage. As time passed, more and more people were poisoned, either falling unconscious or making a fool of themselves. In total, more than 200 alchemists had stepped onto the stage, but not a single one had safely passed Grandmaster Xiao's test. The entire test site was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. Another group of alchemists was poisoned, and one of them, who had become as stiff as a stone after being poisoned, shouted loudly, "I don't accept this, I don't accept this. How can a single poison pill test my extraordinary aptitude? I don't accept this. I want to go to Hidden Cloud Peak to see Grandmaster Xiao. Grandmaster Xiao, please give this junior a chance. Drag him away." Qin Ziyi coldly shouted. The three young Medicine King's Valley disciples all wore cold expressions. Walking up to this man, they directly threw him off the high platform. The man continued to shout, "Grandmaster Xiao, I can inherit your mantle, please give this junior a chance. This group of people is crazy," Yang Kai coldly observed, shaking his head. Dong Qingyang softly said, "You don't know Grandmaster Xiao's prestige in the alchemy world, that's why you say that. Look at that man, even though he's so ugly and unsightly, has anyone ever laughed at him?" Yang Kai turned his head and found that no one was ridiculing him. Most of them had dull expressions, many of them even showing sympathy. Grandmaster, in the eyes of us alchemists, is a supreme existence. In order to worship him as our master, what does it matter if we suffer a bit of hardship and lose face? Dong Qingyang lightly bit her red lips, her face filled with both nervousness and expectation. "Are you sure you want to go up and take that poison pill?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "You also saw the reaction of those people. Directly falling unconscious is already good, but if you can't pass this test, you'll have to tear off your clothes on the spot." Dong Qingyang's pretty face immediately paled. "Ian, everyone gathered here is young. I'm sure they would be willing to see such a scene. TSK, the Dong family's young ladies' clothes are in disarray. That's a good topic to talk about after dinner. Really, even if you let out a few loud farts in front of everyone, don't say that." Dong Qingyang's face went pale. No matter what kind of ugliness it was not something a little girl like her could accept. Once it happened, she would never be able to raise her head again in the future. Glaring fiercely at Yang Kai, Dong Qingyang waved her small fists. I knew you were up to no good and wanted me to go back to my brother's place, but I still want to try this test. I've been preparing for this day for a long time. Now that I've come all the way here, how could I give up now? Saying so, her voice softened again as she blushed. If it's really like you said, you'll have to take me away sooner rather than later. Yang Kai shook his head slightly. It seemed that his cousin was determined to go up on stage. No matter how he tried to dissuade her, it would be useless. The crowd once again burst into an uproar. An Earth-grade top-rank alchemist. Isn't that the Wang family's alchemy genius, Wang Qi-ren? He's also here. If it's him, I'm afraid he really can pass Grandmaster Xiao's test. Good, this is going to be interesting. Look at that one, an Earth-grade mid-rank alchemist, trained by the Xiong family. That one is also an Earth-grade mid-rank alchemist, from the Chang family. The alchemists of the great families are finally going to take action. A good show is about to begin. This group of alchemists were all young alchemists who had been trained by the great families and great forces, all of whom had come here to inherit Xiao Fu Sheng's mantle. Those who had just gone up. All of them were alchemists from small places, so it was normal for none of them to pass the test. Now that this group of people had gone up on stage, many people were looking forward to it. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, and as the voices reached the ears of the dozen or so Earth-grade high-rank alchemists on the stage, these young men all showed proud expressions. They also showed their good upbringing and stepped onto the high platform. First, they bowed to Qin Ziyi. After performing a disciple's salute, they stepped forward one by one and stood in front of the pill pot. Brother Wang, please go first. Among all of you, only Brother Wang has reached the Earth-grade top-rank alchemist level, so naturally he should go first. The Chang family alchemist smiled and gestured. The others also nodded. Wang Qi-ren smiled and cupped his fists. Since that is the case, this Wang will accept. Saying so, he turned to the direction of Hidden Cloud Peak and bowed before reaching out and taking out a poison pill, placing it in his mouth before sitting down and refining it. From his attitude, it was clear that he was determined to pass this test and had a card up his sleeve. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bowed to Hidden Cloud Peak. That was the mountain peak where Xiao Fu Sheng lived. The three Medicine King's Valley disciples couldn't help sneering when they saw this. So what if it was an Earth-grade top-rank pill? The poison pill refined by Martial Granduncle Xiao. Even if a heaven-grade alchemist took it, if their aptitude wasn't high enough, they would still suffer. This Wang Qi-ren really thinks he's some big shot. The three Medicine King's Valley disciples glanced at each other and secretly sneered, waiting for the situation to develop, ready to see Wang Qi-ren make a fool of himself. Not long after, this group of people took the poison pill and found a good place to sit down. While everyone on the stage was absorbing the medicinal efficacies, the spectators below also held their breaths, craning their necks to watch, as if they were more nervous than if they were participating in the test themselves. These alchemists were truly worthy of being from great forces. All of them had extraordinary attainments and high aptitude. Those who had gone up to take the test before had lasted at most half a cup of tea's worth of time. However, this group of people only reacted after a cup of tea's worth of time had passed. The first to do so was an Earth-grade low-rank alchemist, who suddenly frothed at the mouth and fell unconscious. Immediately after, someone jumped off the high platform and a few muffled sounds rang out. One after another, the alchemists of these large forces all had problems. This result left everyone dumbfounded. It wasn't that these people were unworthy of their reputation, but that the difficulty of Grandmaster Xiao's test had exceeded everyone's imagination. After a stick of incense worth of time, only Wang Qi-ren remained on the high platform. Everyone else had left. Countless people's hearts were tense. If Wang Qi-ren couldn't pass this test, then they really didn't know who else could. After a long time, Wang Qi-ren's body suddenly moved and a faint black qi appeared on his forehead. Qin Ziyi, who had been sitting there motionless since the beginning of the test, suddenly narrowed his eyes and stared intently at Wang Qi-ren's reaction. As time passed, the black qi became more and more obvious, more and more solid. Suddenly, the black qi disappeared without a trace, but instead, Wang Qi-ren opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of black blood. The crowd burst into an uproar. This was the first time they had seen Wang Qi-ren react like this, so they couldn't help wondering if he had passed the test. The Wang family cultivator quickly rushed up and hurried to Wang Qi-ren's side. Wang Qi-ren waved his hand and stood up with difficulty, looking towards Qin Ziyi with a trace of expectation. Qin Ziyi sighed, "Fail." Wang Qi-ren's expression darkened, but he didn't give up, cupping his fists and asking, "Dare I ask, Senior, how can I pass this test?" Qin Ziyi saw that he was also a talented alchemist, so he patiently explained, "In fact, you were just one step away from passing. Unfortunately, you fail." "Junior understands." Wang Qi-ren smiled bitterly and jumped off the high platform with the other cultivator. Chapter 272. Once again, they were all annihilated. Even an alchemy genius like Wang Qi-ren had failed to pass Grandmaster Xiao's test. This result was far beyond everyone's expectations. After Wang Qi-ren left, the scene was silent for a long time, no one daring to step onto the stage. No one was confident they could pass Grandmaster Xiao's test, so no one dared to step onto the stage and disgrace themselves. From beginning to end, the people from Medicine King's Valley were not anxious, so no one stepped onto the stage. They simply stood there and waited. Yang Kai glanced over at Dong Qingyang and found that her two small hands were constantly clenching and opening, clearly showing her extreme nervousness. Her face showed some eagerness to try, but also some lack of confidence. Even an Earth-grade high-rank alchemist had failed. Could she, a mere common-grade mid-rank alchemist, succeed? If you miss something, you may regret it for the rest of your life, Yang Kai said lightly. Dong Qingyang's tender body shook as she turned to look at Yang Kai, a trace of contemplation flashing across her eyes, but soon they became firm as she took a deep breath and said, "Ian, let's go." Yang Kai smiled lightly, and together with Dong Qingyang, both stepped onto the high platform. Seeing that there was still someone who dared to step onto the stage, the crowd below suddenly burst into cheers and shouts of encouragement, causing Dong Qingyang to smile shyly. But soon after, someone discovered her rank through the embroidery on her chest. Only a common-grade mid-rank alchemist, with such a low rank, she's probably going to make a fool of herself. Poor little girl, if she makes a fool of herself here, how will she have the face to show her face in the future? Dong Qingyang listened to these words, biting her lip and not saying a word. The three young disciples from Medicine King's Valley actually smiled at her. A beautiful woman was always able to win good impressions wherever she went. "Young lady, please." Dong Qingyang nodded gently, took a deep breath, walked over to the medicine pot, and took out a poison pill, turning back to look at Yang Kai questioningly. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said, "Don't worry, I'll watch from the sidelines." If Dong Qingyang really couldn't pass the test, he would definitely take her away. He definitely had to take her away. He couldn't let her embarrass herself in front of so many people. On the high platform, besides the Medicine King's Valley disciples, only Dong Qingyang and Yang Kai were present. On top of that, Yang Kai's outfit made it obvious he was this woman's attendant, so the Medicine King's Valley disciples didn't immediately chase them away. Dong Qingyang took a deep breath, placed the poison pill into her mouth, and swallowed it down before walking over to the side and sitting down cross-legged. He circulated his energy to neutralize the effects of the medicine. Yang Kai put his hands behind his back. Like a javelin, he stood in place, vigilantly observing Dong Qingyang's movements. Half a cup of tea's time passed, but she did not respond at all. 10 minutes passed. She still did not respond. Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he secretly released his divine sense to sweep Dong Qingyang's body, quickly discovering that the yuan qi in her body was rapidly circulating. He was burning some of the impurities in his meridians. These miscellaneous items should be the poison contained in the poison pill. "Oh, this little girl isn't bad, she managed to hold on for so long," someone in the audience exclaimed. Of the several hundred people who had come up before, except for the alchemists from the great families, few had been able to hold on for so long. Moreover, it wasn't as if no common-grade alchemist had come up before, but those people had only lasted a dozen breaths, so Dong Qingyang's performance had impressed everyone. How did she do it? She's another genius suited for alchemy. Compared to that Wang Qi-ren, she's not much better. I know her, she's the Dong family's young lady, Dong Qingyang. What? The Dong family's young lady? As the crowd exclaimed, a faint black qi suddenly appeared between Dong Qingyang's eyebrows. Quickly, this black qi became thicker and thicker, and then the black qi quickly moved and disappeared into her body, but Dong Qingyang suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a black qi visible to the naked eye. After exhaling this black qi, Dong Qingyang opened her big eyes in amazement. Qin Ziyi also stood up from his chair. His stiff face finally bloomed into a smile as he praised, "Good, good. Someone finally passed Martial Uncle Xiao's test." Passed? The hundreds of people present were silent, almost unable to believe their eyes. In total, more than 300 alchemists from all over the world had taken the stage. Many of them were geniuses with outstanding aptitude, some were even Earth-grade high-rank alchemists, but all of them had somehow failed. Now, a single common grade mid-rank alchemist had actually passed unscathed. What kind of mysteries were hidden in this? Dong Qingyang was also dumbfounded, blinking her big eyes as she stared at Qin Ziyi in amazement. Yang Kai lightly coughed and said, "Young lady, this senior said you have passed the Grandmaster's test." What? Dong Qingyang didn't seem to have recovered. Qin Ziyi's cold expression suddenly changed, replaced by a kind smile. "Young lady, congratulations on passing the test. From now on, you are my Martial Uncle Xiao's disciple." This Qin should also call you junior sister. Dong Qingyang was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, she jumped up and burst into tears of joy, covering her face with both hands, her eyes immediately becoming red. Happiness had come too suddenly. The little girl was obviously not mentally prepared. She was at a loss for words for a long time, not knowing what to say. Tears began streaming down her cheeks. After a long time, Dong Qingyang turned to Qin Ziyi and said, "Yang greets big brother Qin." Qin Ziyi laughed, "Junior sister is too polite. Martial Uncle Xiao accepting you as a disciple is my Medicine King's Valley's blessing." After the two exchanged pleasantries, the atmosphere immediately became much more harmonious, causing the group of people below to stare dumbfounded. When had they ever seen Medicine King's Valley's Qin Ziyi act so friendly? Every time they asked him to perform alchemy, he would always put on a straight face, as if everyone in the world owed him money. But now, he was smiling so widely that his molars could be seen. It wasn't that he didn't know how to smile, but rather that they couldn't enter his discerning eyes. "Since junior sister has passed Martial Uncle Xiao's test, you are now a disciple of my Medicine King's Valley. If there is nothing else, you can come with us to Medicine King's Valley. If there is something you need, please handle it as soon as possible," Qin Ziyi said with a smile. Dong Qingyang nodded. If she wanted to enter Medicine King's Valley, she would need to inform the Dong family first. However, since things had reached this point, she believed that her big brother would definitely not stop her. Being able to enter Medicine King's Valley was also a matter of pride for the Dong family. Think about it, no matter which great force in the world wanted to have a good relationship with Medicine King's Valley, the Dong family's young lady was already the direct disciple of Medicine King's Valley's Grandmaster Xiao. This was a unique advantage. No one could compare to him. "Big brother, Yang also wants to try." Dong Qingyang glanced over at Yang Kai and said, "Guard." Qin Ziyi frowned, glancing over at Yang Kai faintly. Although he didn't show much disgust, the disdain in his eyes was obvious. "Yang has been protecting me since I was a child, so," Qin Ziyi gave her a meaningful look, apparently misunderstanding that she had developed feelings for him over time. Not wanting to delve deeper, he just nodded and said, "Since he wants to try, it's fine. In any case, Martial Uncle Xiao has refined a large number of poison pills." Saying so, he casually asked, "What grade of alchemist is he?" Dong Qingyang blushed and said, "He doesn't know alchemy, doesn't know alchemy." Qin Ziyi's expression suddenly became ugly. "If you don't know alchemy, then what's the point of trying? Do you really think alchemy is a child's play? My Medicine King's Valley is not so easy to enter, if you don't have a heart for alchemy. If you want to pass this test, then don't try." Yang Kai looked at him faintly and said, "Dare I ask, when Senior Xiao set up this test, Did he say that those without alchemy experience would not be able to participate? Qin Ziyi sneered. Martial uncle never said such a thing. But since you have never studied alchemy before, you naturally won't be able to go far on this road in the future. If you don't intend to devote your life to alchemy, then don't come here to make trouble. This is not a place for you to play around. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he said lightly, as far as this junior knows. Grandmaster Xiao himself was only 26 or 27 years old when he first started learning alchemy. This junior is only 17 this year, 10 years younger than Grandmaster Xiao. All of this information was what he had just heard from others. Qin Ziyi's brow furrowed as his expression became quite unpleasant. Suddenly, someone from the crowd cursed, "Who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to Grandmaster Xiao? Grandmaster Xiao is a genius, born for alchemy. Not to mention that he only started learning alchemy at the age of 26 or 27, even if he was 40 or 50 years old, it wouldn't be too late. What qualifications do you have to compare yourself to Grandmaster Xiao?" Silence. Qin Ziyi angrily shouted, immediately silencing the crowd. Qin Ziyi stared deeply at Yang Kai, not saying a word. After a long time, he nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. Since Martial Uncle did not say that only alchemists must participate in this test, you are qualified. Go and take a poison pill." Yang Kai nodded, and under the sneers of the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples, he took out a poison pill and threw it directly into his mouth. Dongqing Yang looked at him nervously, but Yang Kai just smiled and walked over to the side and sat down. Circulating his true Yang secret art, a burning sensation spread out, causing Qin Ziyi's brow to wrinkle slightly, and he couldn't help secretly nodding. Although he had looked down on Yang Kai a moment ago, now that he felt his yuan qi, he knew that this boy was not simple. At such a young age, he had already reached the yuan qi boundary. This kind of aptitude was not something an average person could compare with. If he did not distract himself with alchemy and instead concentrated on the martial Tao, he would surely achieve great things in the future. A trivial guard is so powerful. The Dong family's heritage was not shallow. Qin Ziyi was really surprised. As soon as the poison pill entered his stomach, Yang Kai felt it completely dissolve and flow directly into his meridians. Worthy of being personally refined by a grandmaster, this kind of medicinal efficacies was simply too fast. Not to mention that Yang Kai was now at the second stage of yuan qi. Even if a cultivator had just reached the initial element boundary, as long as they circulated their yuan qi, they would be able to effortlessly absorb the medicinal efficacies. The medicinal efficacies flowed through his meridians, but after being tempered and burned by his true yang yuan qi, they were not able to harm him in the slightest. After a few circulations, Yang Kai felt that the poison had completely lost its effect, and instead continued to flow up to the top of his head, converging into a turbid gas in his mouth. Gawking for a moment, Yang Kai secretly cursed. Dongqing Yang had just spent the time it took to drink a cup of tea to pass the test, which had already caused Qin Ziyi to lose his composure. Now, after just a few circulations he had passed the test, who knew what kind of disturbance would arise? This speed is too fast. Thinking so, Yang Kai swallowed the turbid gas in his mouth, not spitting it out, while continuing to circulate his secret art as if nothing had happened. Chapter 273. After half a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai quietly began circulating his yuan qi, guiding the turbid qi from his mouth to his forehead. From an outsider's point of view, Yang Kai's forehead was now filled with a faint black qi. Qin Ziyi was suddenly surprised. This was clearly a sign that would only appear at the final juncture of the test. Of the hundreds of alchemists who had taken the stage before, only Wang Qi-ren and Dongqing Yang had reached this point, but the former had failed while the latter had succeeded. How could a mere guard do this? Could it be that he was another genius suited for alchemy? Qin Ziyi was quite nervous as he stared at Yang Kai deeply, his heart almost jumping into his throat. His martial uncle Xiao had personally told him that as long as he could find a suitable successor for this trial, he would be satisfied. Now that Dongqing Yang had passed, if another one passed, wouldn't his martial uncle laugh his head off? Not only would Hidden Cloud Peak have a successor in the future, but it would also be able to carry forward its legacy. Just as Qin Zedi's heart was filled with nervousness, the black chi between Yang Kai's eyebrows suddenly disappeared. Qin Zi held his breath on the spot, his eyes widening. Success or failure would all depend on the next moment. As he anxiously waited, Yang Kai didn't respond, but after a long time, Qin Zedi's eyes began to ache, only to see a wisp of black chi appear between Yang Kai's eyebrows. What's going on? Qin Zi was really confused. The reaction of this young man in front of him wasn't like Wang Qi-ren, who spat out a mouthful of black blood, nor was he like Dong Qingyang, who successfully forced out the black smoke, so how could this black gas appear back and forth between his eyebrows? This situation was inconsistent with what his martial uncle had told him before. Just as he was feeling anxious and confused, the black chi disappeared. But before he could calm down, the black chi reappeared. Qin Zedi's heart began to beat erratically as the black chi continued to rise and fall. This kind of waiting without knowing the result was really too torturous, especially since the other party's performance was constantly fluctuating between success and failure, making him feel even more tormented. The black chi fluctuated at least a dozen times before the boy in front of him suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a thick turbid chi. As this turbid chi was expelled, the boy's entire body seemed to become sluggish, his head drooping down. He had lost his spirit. Fuck. You finally spat it out. Qin Zi cursed in his heart. If you keep tormenting me a few more times, I'm afraid I won't be able to take it anymore. But, how could something like this happen? Qin Zi furrowed his eyebrows in deep thought. Could it be that this youth's aptitude had barely reached the standard set by his martial uncle, and that was why he had passed the test with such difficulty? Thinking about it this way, it did make sense. Brother Qin. Dong Qingyang looked at Qin Zi and hesitantly asked, "How is he?" Qin Zi regained his senses and laughed heartily. Not bad, not bad. Although his aptitude is slightly worse than yours, but he barely passed. Passed again? Everyone below the stage was stunned by this sentence. So many people had gone on stage before, but none of them had succeeded. Even Wang Qi-ren had spat out a mouthful of black blood, but now, a common-grade mid-rank alchemist had passed. Even though her rank as an alchemist was very low, she was still the daughter of the Dong family. The Dong family was quite powerful, so it was acceptable that they could cultivate such a talent. But what about the guards? They were just young Lady Dong's followers. How could such a person pass? Senior Qin, that little brat shouldn't have cheated, right? Someone below shouted. That's right, Senior, this person doesn't even know alchemy. How could he pass Grandmaster Xiao's test without an alchemist's rank? He must have used some dirty tricks to achieve this. I refuse to accept this. The smile on Qin Zedi's face immediately froze, his eyes flashing like lightning as he swept his eyes across the crowd, coldly snorting, "This is a poison pill personally refined by my martial uncle Xiao, no one can cheat. Even if an immortal ascension boundary cultivator takes this pill, those without alchemy aptitude will not be able to bear it. If there is anyone who disagrees, come up and give it a try, but if there is anyone who dares to question it, then that is an insult to my Medicine King's Valley, an insult to my martial uncle Xiao." As soon as this big accusation was made, the crowd immediately quieted down. Damn, a little guard who can't even perform alchemy can pass. I don't believe it. An alchemist grit his teeth and fiercely rushed up the stage. Many people quickly followed. A moment later, a large group of people were poisoned, a whole pot of poison pills, at least 500 to 600 of them. By noon, all the poison pills had been taken, but from start to finish, only Dong Qingyang and Yang Kai had safely passed the test. There were also many people who suffered the same fate as Wang Qi-ren, reaching the final step but failing at the final step, causing many people to sigh with regret. Only now did everyone realize that Grandmaster Xiao had not set out to recruit disciples, but had set up such a difficult test in order to find a suitable successor. After the test ended, Qin Zi walked over with a smile, "Junior brother and junior sister, when will you come with me to Hidden Cloud Peak? If Martial Uncle knows that 2 people have passed this time, he will definitely be very happy." Yang Kai's face remained expressionless, not saying a word, his expression cold. His current status was that of a bodyguard, so naturally he could not overstep his boundaries. Dong Qing Yang smiled and said, I'm going to say goodbye to my big brother. Oh, let's go together, quickly say goodbye and we'll go to Hidden Cloud Peak. He couldn't wait to take them to Medicine King's Valley. On the third floor of the Dong family medicine store, Dong Qing Han's fat face wore a wry smile. The news that Dong Qing Yang had passed Grandmaster Xiao's test had reached his ears early on. Although he knew that his little sister had been obsessed with alchemy since childhood, he had never expected her to be able to accomplish such a feat worshipping Xiao Fu Sheng as a disciple. This was a good thing no one could refuse. But in the end, she was a girl who had been pampered since childhood, now suddenly changing to an unfamiliar environment. He didn't know if she could handle it. But now, what was done, unless the Dong family was willing to break off all ties with Medicine King's Valley, it would be impossible to poach someone from Medicine King's Valley. The Dong family naturally could not break off relations with Medicine King's Valley. The stakes were too high. Just as Dong Qing Han was smiling bitterly, the Wind and Cloud Dual Guard's expression suddenly changed and whispered, Young lady and young Master Yang are coming, and there is another person with them. He should be the steward of Medicine King's Valley. Dong Qing Han was startled and quickly got up. Come with me to greet them. Before they reached the door, the sound of someone running up the stairs could be heard. Opening the door, Yang Kai saw Dong Qing Yang running up the stairs at a brisk pace. Big brother, I succeeded. Dong Qing Yang couldn't wait to tell Dong Qing Han the good news. Dong Qing Han's face immediately stiffened as he reached out and knocked her head, scolding, Nonsense. Such a big thing, why didn't you discuss it with me in advance? Dong Qing Yang rubbed her small head, still grinning, not showing the slightest annoyance. Just as Dong Qing Han finished reprimanding her, Qin Ziyi, who had followed closely behind, lightly coughed. Dong Qing Yang's expression immediately became serious as he quickly bowed, Junior greets Senior Qin. En. Qin Ziyi nodded lightly, frowning slightly, Young Master Dong, since your little sister has passed the test, she is now a disciple of my Medicine King's Valley, the disciple of my martial uncle Xiao, and also this Qin's junior sister. Although she is still a member of your Dong family, you can't hit her at will. Dong Qing Han was stunned. Qin Ziyi continued to casually scold him, Alchemist is a noble profession, different from you spear-wielding barbarians. What you need is brains. Do you understand brains? What if you break her head? Junior sister is a genius in alchemy. If you really break her head, can you afford the loss? Can you afford the wrath of my martial uncle Xiao? Can your Dong family afford the wrath of my Medicine King's Valley? Spear and stick scolding, Dong Qing Han's young master Dong was left speechless. Qin Ziyi snorted and continued, You call me senior, but Yang is now this Qin's junior sister. In terms of seniority, she is higher than you. How can you hit her? Do you not understand this simple truth? En. Dong Qing Han was dumbfounded, wanting to cry but having no tears. I just greeted you. I didn't say anything. I know your Medicine King's Valley is overbearing, but she is my little sister. Can't I even teach her a lesson? I've never seen anyone so overprotective. You haven't even entered Medicine King's Valley yet and you're already acting like this. Once you really enter Medicine King's Valley, what kind of trouble will you cause? However, although Dong Qing Han was extremely depressed, in his heart he was also quite happy. Qin Ziyi being so protective of his little sister, after entering Medicine King's Valley, she wouldn't suffer any hardships. Junior knows he was wrong. Dong Qing Han cleverly admitted his mistake. Qin Ziyi nodded lightly. Good, young Master Dong doesn't look like an uneducated person. Knowing your mistakes and correcting them is a good thing. Dong Qing Han's fat face squeezed out a forced smile, a smile that was even uglier than crying. Qin Ziyi turned around and looked at Dong Qing Yang. Junior sister, if you and young Master Dong have anything to say, make it short, I'll wait for you downstairs. Saying so, he floated down the stairs. He had come up here to support Dong Qing Yang. After Qin Ziyi left, Dong Qing Han ground his teeth and glared at his little sister. You've got the ability, should I call you Senior Dong? He. Dong Qing Yang giggled, stepping forward and shaking her brother's arm, softly saying, Father. Dong Qing Han helplessly shook his head. I'll tell him, I believe he won't try to stop me. Father will be proud of me. Dong Qing Yang nodded quickly, suddenly feeling like a big stone had been lifted from her heart. Turning to look at Yang Kai, Dong Qinghan whispered, "Once you enter Medicine King's Valley, be careful, if anything happens, don't involve Yang Er." He was naturally referring to the Pill Saint's Peak. "I know what to do." Yang Kai nodded. Half an hour later, Yang Kai and Dong Qingyang came downstairs. Qin Ziyi and the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples had long since become impatient, so when they saw them come down, they immediately rushed back. Of the 12 peaks of Medicine King's Valley, Hidden Cloud Peak was located in the middle, only 2 mountains away from the Pill Saint's Peak. Arriving at the foot of the peak, looking up, there was only a vague rugged mountain road leading to the top, both sides of which were lush greenery, creating a beautiful scenery. At the foot of the mountain was a stone tablet with 3 large characters engraved on it, Hidden Cloud Peak. At the bottom right corner of the stone tablet was a line of small blood-red characters. Yang Kai took a closer look and saw that the line of small characters was actually, "Trespassers will die." Chapter 274. This line of bright red characters demonstrated the overbearing and extraordinary spirit of Medicine King's Valley. Only people from Medicine King's Valley would dare to erect such a majestic stone monument in front of their own home. There was no one guarding the foot of the mountain, so Qin Ziyi led the group up the mountain. Dong Qingyang and Qin Ziyi walked side by side, followed by the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples, with Yang Kai bringing up the rear. When the 3 young Medicine King's Valley disciples looked at Dong Qingyang, their faces were filled with envy, worship, and even love. On the other hand, when they looked at Yang Kai, they were still disdainful, not even bothering to say a word to him. Alchemists were a group of people who were not good at communicating with others and had eyes above their heads. The alchemists of Medicine King's Valley were even more so. Dong Qingyang's background was extraordinary and her natural beauty naturally attracted their attention. Although Yang Kai had also passed the test set by Grandmaster Xiao and was qualified to enter Hidden Cloud Peak, in essence, he was just a small attendant with a low status. How could they lower themselves to interact with him? Since they didn't speak, Yang Kai was like a taciturn gourd, secretly observing as they walked. On the other hand, Dong Qingyang was like a sparrow. From the moment she set foot on the rugged mountain road, she had been constantly asking questions. She was about to enter the Holy Land in her heart and see the senior she worshipped, so Dong Qingyang was both nervous and looking forward to it. Qin Ziyi didn't speak much, most of the time he was silent, but when faced with Dong Qingyang's questions, he carefully answered one by one, not showing the slightest impatience. Listening to the conversation between the two of them, Yang Kai also learned a few things. Hidden Cloud Peak had only had one alchemist, Xiao Fu Sheng, since several decades ago. Besides the 2 maidservants who served him, there was no one else. Moreover, these 2 maidservants were ordinary people who had never cultivated before. Xiao Fu Sheng had been obsessed with alchemy all his life and had never accepted a disciple until this year when he changed his mind and decided to pass on his life's knowledge. That was why today's test had occurred. Why did Master suddenly change his mind? Dong Qingyang asked curiously. Qin Ziyi's expression darkened, but he didn't answer. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Martial Uncle's thoughts, I dare not speculate. You should ask him yourself one day." Oh. The first half of Hidden Cloud Peak was nothing out of the ordinary. As far as the eye could see, there were only rugged rocks and forests. From time to time, there would be some wild animals roaming about. However, they were all small animals such as rabbits and roe deer. There was nothing dangerous about them. But in the second half, instead, it was the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. It made people feel relaxed and happy. There were many exotic flowers and herbs in the mountains. Just like that, they grew there openly, swaying in the wind. There were many types of them. It was a dazzling sight. There are so many herbs here, why didn't anyone secretly come up here to pick them? Dong Qingyang couldn't help feeling curious when she saw no one guarding the mountain forest. Who dares? Qin Ziyi coldly snorted, whoever dares touch Medicine King's Valley's herbs will have their entire family annihilated. Hearing these murderous words, Dong Qingyang quickly spat out her tongue. The herbs that were planted in the mountains were definitely not too valuable, so it was not worthwhile to offend Medicine King Valley for these things. An hour later, The group arrived at the top of the mountain where there was a row of houses. There weren't many of them, only about 7 or 8, most of which were newly built. These should be the residences that Xiao Fu Sheng had prepared for his disciples. Arriving here, Qin Ziyi stopped and turned to the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples and said, "You wait here." The 3 of them listened. Quickly putting on a bashful face, they smiled and said, "Martial uncle, we also want to go in." "What are you going to do?" Qin Ziyi asked unhappily. One of them wore a look of yearning. "Since we entered Medicine King's Valley until now, we've only seen Martial Uncle Xiao once, but now we're here, heh." Qin Ziyi frowned and pondered for a moment. Nodding, he said, "Good, then don't speak. Martial Uncle doesn't like to be disturbed." "Yes, we promise we won't speak." The 3 immediately cheered up. Yang Kai observed from the side and found that these 3 people's expressions were filled with awe. Even Qin Zi's expression became serious. It seemed that Xiao Fu Sheng's reputation in the hearts of alchemists was far beyond what he had imagined. Even these disciples of Medicine King's Valley were proud to see him. Under the leadership of Qin Ziyi, the group of people walked straight towards the row of houses. Before they had even arrived, 2 beautiful women appeared in front of them. These 2 beautiful women were both plump and gorgeous, with a hint of charm between their brows, a faint dignified air, and a light smile. At first glance, these 2 beautiful women appeared to be only 25 or 26 years old. In fact, both of them were over 40 years old. Because as early as 25 years ago, they had come to Hidden Cloud Peak to serve Xiao Fu Sheng. 25 years ago, they were only 16 or 17 years old. These 2 beautiful women were ordinary people who had never cultivated, but they were still able to maintain their youth and beauty. Compared to many other cultivator, they were even able to maintain their looks. All of this was thanks to Xiao Fu Sheng's methods. Seeing the 2 beautiful women come over, Qin Ziyi quickly cupped his fists, not daring to show the slightest disrespect, respectfully saying, "Ladies, please report to Martial Uncle that we have brought the people he wants." These 2. One of the beautiful women wearing a moon-white dress looked at Dongqing Yang and Yang Kai with a smile. "Greetings, senior." Dongqing Yang also understood etiquette and quickly bowed with Yang Kai. The beautiful woman chuckled, "Call me Aunt Xiong, this is Aunt Lan." Dongqing Yang giggled and obediently bowed again. Aunt Xiong then said, "You don't need to be so formal here, just treat this place as your own home. In the future, the 2 of you will be living here for a long time. If you are too formal, you will feel uncomfortable, and we will also feel uncomfortable." The other beautiful woman, Aunt Lan, smiled and said, "When we first came to Hidden Cloud Peak, we were about the same age as you. In a flash, more than 20 years have passed." Dongqing Yang saw the 2 of them acting so cordially and her tension gradually relaxed. "Ladies, Martial Uncle is..." Qin Ziyi waited for them to finish their small talk before respectfully asking for instructions. "Grandmaster is currently performing alchemy. News from the bottom of the mountain has already been sent back. You can go back first. When Grandmaster finishes refining that furnace of pills, he will meet with them." Hearing this, not only did the 3 young Medicine King's Valley disciples look sad, even Qin Ziyi was slightly disappointed. "Many thanks." Qin Ziyi quickly adjusted his expression, cupped his fists, and led the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples away. After they left, the 2 beautiful women waved to Yang Kai and Dongqing Yang, smiling as they arranged a place for them to live. Hidden Cloud Peak had only been inhabited by the 3 of them and Xiao Fu Sheng. Xiao Fu Sheng would often retreat to perform alchemy and would not appear for more than 10 days. The 2 of them had been companions for so many years, so now that Yang Kai and Dongqing Yang had arrived, they were naturally happy. Hidden Cloud Peak was not like any of the other peaks. There was nothing to pay attention to, nor were there so many restrictions. Everything was very free. After arranging a place for Yang Kai and Dongqing Yang to live, the 2 women left. They stayed on Hidden Cloud Peak for 3 days, but Xiao Fu Sheng still did not show up. Only the 2 beautiful women came to see Yang Kai and Dongqing Yang from time to time, inquiring about their well-being. 3 days later, just as Dongqing Yang was muttering to herself about when Xiao Fu Sheng would come out, a tyrannical energy fluctuation suddenly spread out from nearby. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, exchanging a glance with Dong Qingyang before quickly rushing out of the house. The two beautiful women had also walked out and were staring at a room in a daze. This was Xiao Fu Sheng's residence. Not long after, the door opened, and an old man in his 60s with white hair and beard walked out. The old man had a peaceful face, but at this moment, his eyebrows were tightly knitted. He was holding a golden pill in his hand, and while walking, he frowned and observed it. Dong Qingyang suddenly became nervous. The man she had always worshipped had appeared in front of her. Her mood could be imagined. Yang Kai was also looking at this legendary figure in the alchemy world and was surprised to find that this person didn't have the slightest fluctuation of yuan qi. He was like an ordinary old man, bland and plain. However, Xiao Fu Sheng was not an ordinary person, he was at least an immortal ascension boundary master. Yang Kai couldn't help but become solemn. Being able to restrain his aura to such an extent, this Xiao Fu Sheng was not simple. No pill veins, no pill veins. Without pill veins, what use is there for me? Xiao Fu Sheng muttered a few times with a pained expression before letting out a long sigh. Yang Kai glanced over at the pill in his hand and found that this pill was full of world energy. Even from a few dozen meters away, he could smell its pill fragrance. On top of that, it was round and full, clearly a heaven grade or above pill. But now, this pill had been degraded by Xiao Fu Sheng to be worthless. Grandmaster. Auntie Xiong, one of the two beautiful women, called out softly, "He's here." Chem. Only now did Xiao Fu Sheng recover from his contemplation, tossing the pill he had been holding to one of the beautiful women before turning his eyes towards Yang Kai and Dong Qingyang with great interest. "Ian, not bad, not bad." Circling around Dong Qingyang a few times, Xiao Fu Sheng repeatedly praised. At this time, Dong Qingyang's small face suddenly became serious, not daring to move at all. After circling around Yang Kai a few more times, Xiao Fu Sheng suddenly frowned. "Not bad, but the murderous aura is too heavy." Yang Kai's heart went cold. Xiao Fu Sheng, on the other hand, casually said, "You too, stretch out your hands." Yang Kai and Dong Qingyang both stretched out their hands. Xiao Fu Sheng flicked his finger and placed it on their wrists. After examining them for a long time, his old face filled with a smile and his eyes flashed slightly as he stared at Yang Kai meaningfully. "You cheated during the test." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before immediately letting out a laugh. "Senior's eyes are sharp." Dong Qingyang was stunned on the spot and quickly defended Yang Kai. "He didn't cheat, he took that poison pill and forced the poison out of his body. How could he cheat?" Xiao Fu Sheng smiled and said, "I'm not saying that his aptitude isn't good, on the contrary, his aptitude is probably better than yours. It's just that he deliberately delayed forcing out the poison. Obviously he didn't want to show off too much." Ah! Dong Qingyang was stunned. The two beautiful women's beautiful eyes also flashed a strange light as they stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. How did Senior see through it? Xiao Fu Sheng chuckled and patted the dust off his clothes. "I set this test myself, how could I not know?" Chapter 275. After Xiao Fu Sheng's simple explanation, Yang Kai finally understood what was hidden in his poison pills. The pot of poison pills was not complicated to refine, and the materials required were not expensive, otherwise there would not have been so many of them. However, the biggest function of these poison pills was to test the purity of a person's yuan qi. An alchemist was also a cultivator, and all of them had yuan qi in their bodies, but this group of people regarded alchemy as their main occupation. Increasing their cultivation and strength was all for the sake of alchemy. When a poison pill was taken, if one's yuan qi was pure enough, it could completely expel the poison from the body, otherwise, it would not work. The purity of yuan qi was related to many things, such as a cultivator's secret art, martial skills, the pills they had taken, their physique, and various other factors could all affect it. Although these alchemists regarded alchemy as their life's occupation, because of various experiences, their yuan qi was impure, so they failed Xiao Fu Sheng's test. Yang Kai had only practiced the true yang secret art since he began cultivating, and had constantly tempered his yuan qi, so it was not surprising that the purity of his yuan qi could meet Xiao Fusheng's requirements. Dong Qingyang's situation was similar. She cultivated a fire attribute secret art. The Dong family was a big family, and when she was at the peak of the separation and reunion boundary, in order to help her break through to the yuan qi boundary, the family had spent a lot of precious treasures to help her condense her yuan qi, so naturally her yuan qi would not be impure. Xiao Fusheng smiled wryly. In fact, this old master's pot of poison pills, if an alchemist were to take them, 90% of them would fail the test. Because they don't take the purity of their yuan qi too seriously. When refining pills, many alchemists have to personally test the properties of the pills themselves. The various medicinal efficacies in their bodies would clash and condense, so how could there be any pure yuan qi? But if it were to be taken by those who cultivate a fire or yang attribute secret art, I'm afraid it would be a different story. Yang Kai suddenly realized why the time it took him to resolve the poison was shorter than Dong Qingyang's, so there was such a reason. However, of those who came to participate in Xiao Fusheng's test, which one of them was not an alchemist? Only a cultivator with a special purpose like Yang Kai would try it. Wanting to find such a successor among the alchemists was indeed somewhat difficult. Dong Qingyang being able to pass this test smoothly was also thanks to the Dong family not supporting her in alchemy all these years. If she had started studying alchemy from an early age, this test would likely have ended with regret. Many people have taken the wrong path as an alchemist. This old master was wrong. Xiao Fusheng let out a long sigh. There was an indescribable sense of loneliness and regret. Yang Kai frowned and said thoughtfully, "Master, according to what you said, wouldn't it be better to find a child with excellent aptitude and train him from a young age?" A child? Xiao Fusheng shook his head and smiled bitterly. This old master can't wait that long. Yang Kai's heart stirred. Staring at Xiao Fusheng in surprise. The two beautiful women were also dejected. They wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing this, Dong Qingyang couldn't help but gasp, "Grandmaster, you," Xiao Fusheng chuckled. With an indifferent expression, he said, "It doesn't matter, I can still live for a few more years. In this lifetime, I'm afraid I won't be able to break through to the mysterious grade top rank. I really want to see what the spirit rank is like." His words were full of yearning and regret. His expression suddenly brightened and he said, "I can't, but I want to train a spirit-grade alchemist. Breaking through the shackles of the spirit rank will depend on the two of you." It was for this reason that Xiao Fusheng wanted to accept a disciple. He had devoted his entire life to alchemy, but had never been able to break through to the spirit rank. How could he not regret it? He had unparalleled alchemy knowledge and his own personal experience on the alchemy path, so he firmly believed that he could cultivate a disciple who surpassed himself. Perceiving Xiao Fusheng's determination, Yang Kai struggled for a moment before quickly saying, "Senior, please forgive this junior. The reason why I came to Hidden Cloud Peak was not to study alchemy." Xiao Fusheng's brow furrowed as he stared at Yang Kai in surprise. "I want to reach the peak of the martial Tao. If I study alchemy, I'm afraid I won't be able to," Yang Kai said sincerely. He had come to Hidden Cloud Peak this time just to take advantage of its geographical advantage to get close to the Pill Saints Peak. Xiao Fusheng had confided in him, so Yang Kai didn't want to deceive him too much. He definitely couldn't say that he wanted to go to the Pill Saints Peak, but he also couldn't learn alchemy, otherwise he would be unable to escape. Hearing Yang Kai say this, the two beautiful women suddenly frowned and looked towards Yang Kai with a slightly unhappy expression. On the other hand, Xiao Fusheng just chuckled. "Who said that alchemy can't help one reach the peak of the martial Tao?" Yang Kai's expression shook as he thought about it. The first time he had met Xiao Fusheng, this old man had left a deep impression on Yang Kai. Although he was already half buried in the ground, the kind of high-spirited spirit he displayed and the kind of mentality he had to compete with the heavens was something that many young people didn't possess. The Grandmaster didn't ask him to become Dong Qingyang's disciple and instead just stayed here. A few days later, Xiao Fusheng didn't show up much. Dong Qingyang insisted on calling him master and disciple, while Yang Kai only called him Old Xiao. Although the two beautiful women were somewhat displeased with Yang Kai's attitude and tone that day, their self-restraint was excellent and they didn't embarrass him. Every day they still greeted him with a smile and took care of the daily life of the entire hidden cloud peak, silently contributing. On this day, Xiao Fu Sheng called Yang Kai and Dong Qing Yang into his room. The two of them stood in front of old Xiao, Yang Kai's expression indifferent while Dong Qing Yang was somewhat restrained. Xiao Fu Sheng smiled faintly and nodded. I haven't taught you anything these past few days, but I've been observing your character. Although time will reveal a person's heart, this old master has lived for many years, so his eyesight is still somewhat profound. Yang you have a kind heart and come from a great family, but you don't have the spoiled temperament of those young ladies. Even if you inherit this old master's mantle, I believe you won't do anything evil in the future. If you are willing, this old master can accept you as a disciple. Disciple is willing, Dong Qing Yang quickly replied, her face filled with joy. Xiao Fu Sheng nodded with satisfaction and then turned to Yang Kai. You are different, although you are young, you have experienced many hardships and your temperament is much more mature than your peers. Your Yuan Qi is like a sword, sharp and fierce, so you should have killed many people. But although your methods are ruthless, you will not kill the innocent. Yang Kai nodded silently and did not refute this. As one grew older, their eyesight was generally quite sharp. Your pursuit is different from Yang Er's, so even if your aptitude is better than Yang Er's, I will not force you. You have your own path to walk, so I will not accept you as a disciple, nor will I teach you alchemy. Master, Dong Qing Yang exclaimed, thinking he was going to drive her away. Xiao Fu Sheng waved his hand and smiled, but, since you have passed this old master's test, it can be considered fate, so I can teach you something else. For the time being, you and Yang can live together on Hidden Cloud Peak. Many thanks, old man Xiao. Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Xiao Fu Sheng really wanted to drive him away from the mountain, he would have no choice, but now hearing him say he could stay on Hidden Cloud Peak, he naturally relaxed. With this, he no longer had any psychological burden to bear. This is a set of secret arts, the two of you can take them to cultivate, but remember, you only need to cultivate for an hour a day at most. Xiao Fu Sheng handed over a booklet and closed his eyes. Yang Kai reached out and took the booklet before leaving the house with Dong Qing Yang. Half a day later, the two of them had familiarized themselves with the secret arts on the booklet and returned to their respective rooms to cultivate. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret art this was as it didn't have a name and its circulation route was quite strange. It actually required one to circulate all 108 meridians in the body at the same time, a staggering number. Yang Kai and the old demon studied this secret art together for a long time, but even with the old demon's profound knowledge, he still couldn't figure out what it was, only that it didn't cause any harm. Xiao Fu Sheng didn't have much time left, and now that he had finally accepted Dong Qing Yang as his disciple, he naturally wouldn't harm her. Thinking so, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on his bed, adjusted his breathing, and began to cultivate this unknown secret art. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, Kai Yang was able to enjoy a rare moment of leisure. Every morning, he would wake up early in the morning and face the rising sun to practice his unyielding golden skeleton secret art. Then, he would spend an hour practicing an unknown secret art. After this, it was time for him to cultivate. The days passed quickly, and they were very fulfilling. Yang Kai repeatedly went to inquire about the situation of the Pill Saint's Peak, but without a proper reason or excuse, he would often be driven away before he could even approach, leaving him at a loss for what to do. The two beautiful women on Hidden Cloud Peak also treated Yang Kai very well. Every day they would cook some medicinal cuisine for him and Dong Qing Yang to eat. The two women's cooking skills were very high, using only simple ingredients to create exquisite food. Dong Qing Yang's feelings with the two beautiful women also greatly increased during this time. After all, they were all women, so it was much easier for them to interact with one another. After a month of hard work, Yang Kai's own strength didn't increase much, and the unknown secret art didn't increase his Yuan Qi, so it didn't have any magical effects. However, as old Xiao had said, this secret art could only be cultivated for an hour a day. Any longer and Yang Kai's Yuan Qi would begin to boil like boiling water, causing him unbearable pain. One day after a month, after Yang Kai and Dong Qing Yang finished their breakfast, The two beautiful women smiled and handed over 2 medicine baskets. Auntie Xiong, what are these for? Dong Qing Yang took the medicine baskets with a puzzled expression and handed one to Yang Kai. Auntie Xiong smiled and said, Grandmaster has a task for the 2 of you. Really? Dong Qing Yang was very happy. During this time, she had only been cultivating, and Xiao Fu Sheng hadn't taught her a single thing about alchemy, which made her quite depressed. She had joined Hidden Cloud Peak in order to learn alchemy, but until now she hadn't even seen the shadow of a pill, so how could she not be anxious? Now that she heard that her grandmaster had a task for her, naturally she couldn't wait to perform well in order to win the favor of her grandmaster, then take the opportunity to put forward her own requirements for learning alchemy. What task? Yang Kai asked faintly. Grandmaster has asked you to collect some herbs. Auntie Xiong smiled and listed the names of the herbs she was going to collect, then explained in detail the habits and shapes of these herbs. Yang Kai and Dong Qing Yang both secretly remembered this and set off with their medicine baskets. Chapter 276. Medicine King's Valley's Hidden Cloud Peak. Halfway up the mountain, Yang Kai and Dong Qing Yang were carrying medicine baskets as they searched for herbs in the jungle. The task old Xiao had given them this time wasn't difficult to complete. The herbs they were looking for weren't precious, nor were they rare, they could all be found on this mountain peak. The only problem was that the age requirement was a bit harsh. They needed to be at least 30 years old or above. The 2 of them trekked through the mountains and rivers, carefully searching for herbs until late afternoon, before finally collecting most of them. We're still missing an iron bone grass. Auntie Xiong said we need 10 stalks of it. Dong Qing Yang counted with her fingers, her brow wrinkling slightly. Cousin, we haven't found a single one yet. Yang Kai looked around and suddenly thought of something. I'm afraid Hidden Cloud Peak doesn't have this kind of herb, let's go somewhere else. Dong Qing Yang's eyes darted around for a moment before she giggled. You mean, somewhere like Pill Saint's Peak? Yang Kai glared at her. Dong Qing Yang tacitly agreed, and together with Yang Kai, the 2 of them headed towards Pill Saint's Peak. Pill Saint's Peak was a restricted area of Medicine King's Valley. From the top of the mountain, ordinary disciples were not allowed to approach it. But below 3,000 feet, one could freely enter and exit. With a clear goal in mind, the 2 of them walked all the way to Pill Saint's Peak. Let's split up and search. Yang Kai lightly coughed. En. Dong Qing Yang smiled and nodded. She naturally knew what Yang Kai wanted to do, but she didn't point it out, instead just saying, be careful. I know. Carrying the medicine basket on his back, Yang Kai casually approached the top of Pill Saint's Peak, casually searching for iron bone grasses while secretly remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Half an hour later, as Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally approached, he was now only 1,000 feet away from the peak. Quietly looking up, Yang Kai suddenly found a stone statue standing on top of Pill Saint's Peak. This stone statue was the Pill Saint's portrait. The stone statue was at least 300 feet tall and had a magnificent aura. Yang Kai was still able to see the statue's chest from 1,000 feet away. The stone statue was mottled. It was unknown how many years the flowing time Great Emperor had stood here. Wind and rain battered it, but it still stood firm. Yang Kai wanted to release his divine sense to investigate, but he was somewhat afraid. Although he couldn't see anyone, there was definitely an expert guarding the place. Old demon, can you sneak in and take a look? Yang Kai asked. If there is an immortal ascension boundary master up there, old servant has nowhere to hide, the old demon replied. His current strength wasn't too high, so he couldn't hide his demonic chi. Furthermore, his characteristics were too obvious. He was wrapped in a black aura with the Soulbreaker all. There was no way to hide from an immortal ascension boundary master. Was there no way at all? It had been more than a month since they arrived at Hidden Cloud Peak. He hadn't even figured out what was hidden there. Who's there? Just as Yang Kai was frowning, an angry shout came from above. A figure flew down from above and landed directly in front of Yang Kai. He looked at him coldly. This person was definitely an immortal ascension boundary master, and his strength wasn't low. Although most of the disciples in Medicine King's Valley were alchemists, there were always some who were responsible for combat and defense. Which peak are you from? Don't you know that 3,000 meters below Pil Saint's Peak is a restricted area? The man coldly shouted. His expression was unfriendly. Yang Kai frowned, his mind racing. I'm asking you a question. Who is your master? Didn't he tell you the consequences of trespassing on Pil Saint's Peak? Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, Greetings, Senior. This junior is a disciple of Hidden Cloud Peak's Old Man Xiao. Under Old Man Xiao's orders, this junior came down the mountain today to collect some herbs. Grandmaster Xiao. The man was stunned for a moment before suddenly realizing, You're the young man who joined Hidden Cloud Peak a month ago? It is indeed this junior. The man vigilantly and cautiously looked Yang Kai up and down, sending out his divine sense but retracting it a moment later. The cold expression on his face gradually eased. Yang Kai then said, This junior was only focused on finding herbs. I didn't expect to find myself here, please forgive me, Senior. The man nodded and said, If it were any other disciple, today's death sentence could be spared, but punishment would still be unavoidable. But since you've only been here for a short time, today's mistake can be forgiven. Leave quickly, and don't commit such a crime again. If you do, you will be severely punished. Yang Kai helplessly withdrew. After Yang Kai left, the man's figure flickered and returned to the top of Pil Saint's Peak, continuing to watch over it. From a distance, Yang Kai glanced back again. Sure enough, there was an immortal Ascension Boundary Master guarding that place. What should he do? If there was a way to get close to the Myriad Drug Pond, he might have been able to get a glimpse of its mysteries, but now he couldn't even get close, let alone anything else. Walking back with a gloomy expression, Yang Kai could hear Dongqing Yang arguing with someone from afar, so he couldn't help quickening his pace. A moment later, a clear voice entered his ears. This iron bone grass was obviously found by me first. How can you be like this? Dongqing Yang's tone was somewhat aggrieved. Another voice called out, Junior sister must be joking. This herb is the shared property of my Medicine King's Valley. Naturally it belongs to whoever picks it first. What's more, according to what Junior sister said, we were the first to discover all the herbs in this mountain. We've lived here since we were young. Who's your junior sister? Dongqing Yang angrily said, I am Grandmaster Xiao's disciple. According to seniority, all of you should call me martial aunt. Ahem. The three young Medicine King's Valley disciples who were confronting Dongqing Yang couldn't help feeling embarrassed, unable to refute. Xiao Fu Sheng had accepted a disciple in his later years, so although Dongqing Yang was very young, her seniority in Medicine King's Valley was much higher than the average person, the same generation as Qin Ziyi, so naturally these young men were lower than her. What's wrong? Do several martial nephews want to snatch what martial aunt wants, Chem? Dongqing Yang proudly snorted. What martial aunt? The leader muttered discontentedly, I was lucky enough to be able to worship Martial Uncle Xiao as my master. If Martial Uncle Xiao was willing to let me try that poison pill, I could have also passed the test. Me. Dongqing Yang wrinkled her delicate nose. It's useless to say such things now. Obediently hand over the herbs your martial aunt has taken a fancy to, otherwise, I'll go tell your master, and say you offended your superiors, disrespecting your elder. As she finished speaking, her voice suddenly became louder. The faces of the several young Medicine King's Valley disciples all changed. This big accusation was something they couldn't bear. Inside Medicine King's Valley, only Hidden Cloud Peak's rules were a bit lax. In other words, only Hidden Cloud Peak had no rules and was completely free. Unlike the other peaks, where there were many rules and regulations, it was not a joke to offend one's superiors and disrespect their elders. However, these young men were all older than Dongqing Yang, and they were all men. How could they be willing to admit defeat in front of this little girl? The leader of the group thought for a moment. He quickly came up with a plan. Grinning meaningfully, he ground his teeth and said, Since Martial Aunt is a disciple of Hidden Cloud Peak, you must be an alchemy genius. Naturally, Dongqing Yang said proudly. This little girl was also obsessed with alchemy. Instead of praising her for her beauty, it was better to praise her for her exquisite alchemy skills. As soon as she heard this, she immediately became arrogant. Martial Aunt is looking for iron bone grass? The man asked again. There isn't much iron bone grass left in Medicine King's Valley right now. How much iron bone grass does Marshall Aunt need? 10. I only found 2. That's really a coincidence. We also have a lot of iron bone grass here. It should be enough for Marshall Aunt's needs. You're willing to give it to me? Dong Qing Yang smiled happily, suddenly feeling that her Marshall nephews were quite handsome. The man chuckled. Naturally, it's impossible to give it away for free, but Marshall nephew wants to use these iron bone grasses as a bet and compare notes with Marshall Aunt. If Marshall Aunt can win, not only will we offer these iron bone grasses, but if Marshall Aunt takes a fancy to the other herbs, then we will give them to Marshall Aunt. Marshall Aunt is free to take them. What does Marshall Aunt think? Hearing this, Dong Qing Yang wrinkled her brow and pursed her lips. Just as she was wondering what to do, Yang Kai's voice suddenly called out, "Who wants to compare notes? I'll accompany you. Guard Yang." Dong Qing Yang smiled happily and waved towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's figure flickered and arrived in front of Dong Qing Yang, faintly looking at the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples in front of him. "You want to compare notes?" "It's him. He's the other disciple who passed the test and joined Hidden Cloud Peak." One of the Medicine King's Valley disciples grit his teeth and said, his face filled with envy and jealousy, wishing he could take his place. "Bullying a woman isn't a skill. If you have something to say, then come at me." Yang Kai glanced over at the 3. Yang Kai's arrogance, immediately arousing the competitive spirit of the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples, the leader of the group said, "Good. Since you have such intentions, I'll let you see my skills." "Wait a minute." Yang Kai raised his hand. "You just said that iron bone grass would be the stake. Does that still count?" "Of course." "Good." Yang Kai nodded. "You 3 come at me together." The 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples couldn't help glancing at each other. "Please enlighten us." Before Yang Kai's voice had even fallen, he had already stepped forward. The 3 Medicine King's Valley alchemists only saw an afterimage fly towards them, and with a few loud bangs, the 3 Medicine King's Valley alchemists were all thrown off their feet, all of them screaming miserably. "So weak." Yang Kai frowned, a look of suspicion filling his face. He had thought that since these people were so arrogant, they would certainly have some skill, but he hadn't expected that they wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from him. Those attacks just now were just probing attacks. He had only used 50% of his full strength. How could you hit us?" The alchemist who had just spoken fell to the ground, trembling as he pointed at Yang Kai, his face filled with resentment and sadness. "Nonsense." Yang Kai sneered. This was a competition, if not a fight. What else could he do? Without wasting any more words, Yang Kai stepped forward and rummaged through the 3 Medicine King's baskets, collecting all the iron bone grasses. "Guard Yang, let's hurry up and leave." Dong Qing Yang's pretty face flushed red as she pulled Yang Kai towards Hidden Cloud Peak. "You've gone too far." A cry of grievance and sadness came from behind. "I'm going to tell Marshal Uncle Xiao and have him punish you." "Why are they acting like this?" Yang Kai frowned. Didn't they want to exchange pointers? After losing, they're still clamoring, too weak. "Cuckoo." Dong Qing Yang's face became even redder. "Why are we running? Those iron bone grasses were what they said they would use as a stake. It's only natural they won. We didn't rob them." "Don't talk, you're embarrassing yourself." Chapter 277. It wasn't until they reached Hidden Cloud Peak that the 2 of them slowed down. Yang Kai looked at Dong Qing Yang suspiciously, his face filled with confusion, not knowing why she was blushing. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. Dong Qing Yang glared at him for a moment before taking a deep breath and helplessly explaining, "Cousin, when alchemists compare notes, it's a competition of alchemy skills. Everyone takes the same materials and then refine a pill. The number and quality of the pills they refine, as well as the time it takes to refine them, the winner is decided by the number and quality of the pills they refine, not like you." Saying so, she waved her small fists a few times. "It's not like that." Yang Kai was stunned. His face couldn't help turning red as he awkwardly said, "They didn't explain it clearly. How could I know?" Dong Qing Yang smiled bitterly. "It's common sense. Fortunately, you didn't use too much force and didn't hurt them. If you had really injured them, the consequences would have been serious." Saying so, she patted her forehead and said weakly, "Sure enough, cultivators are a bunch of brutes who only know how to use their fists." Young Kai was also extremely embarrassed, thinking to himself that no wonder those three had been so excited when they heard he agreed to a competition, as if they didn't know how to write the word death. It turned out they thought he was going to compete with them in alchemy. That beating was really a waste. Aware that he was in the wrong, Yang Kai remained silent on the way back, but Dong Qingyang couldn't help covering her mouth and laughing every time she recalled what had just happened. After returning to the top of the mountain, Yang Kai handed over the herbs he had collected today to the two beautiful women. After eating the medicinal cuisine they had prepared, Yang Kai and Dong Qingyang returned to their respective rooms to rest. The next day, Yang Kai hadn't yet left his house when he smelled a fragrant scent from outside, one that made him feel very comfortable. Curious, Yang Kai opened the door and walked out, following the scent to the outside of his room. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that in each of the two rooms not far away, there was a large steaming vat, each of which was filled with a variety of strange herbs. The two beautiful women were each responsible for one of the rooms, fanning the flames below, sweat dripping down their faces. "What kind of pill is Master refining?" Dong Qingyang also came out and looked around curiously, her two big eyes flashing with excitement. Yang Kai watched for a while, then walked up and asked, "Do you need our help?" Aunt Xiong stood up when she heard this and looked at them with a smile. He nodded and said, "Yes." Yang Kai rolled up his sleeves and said, "What should we do?" Aunt Xiong pursed her lips and smiled. "You don't need to do anything for now. These 2 cauldrons of medicinal decoctions are for the 2 of you. I boiled them all night long, so they will be ready soon." "For us?" Yang Kai was stunned. Aunt Lan nodded, "That's right. For the past month, old Xiao has been concocting all kinds of herbs. The herbs you collected yesterday are all inside. I have a share too." Yang Kai was a little touched. If it was said that old Xiao had worked hard to prepare something for Dong Qingyang, Yang Kai could naturally understand. After all, Dong Qingyang had worshipped him as her master and was his successor, but now he also had a share. Yang Kai was a little surprised. Aunt Xiong nodded lightly and said, "Naturally, since you have entered Hidden Cloud Peak, you are one of its people. The 2 of you go eat something first and prepare yourselves. Come back in an hour." Yang Kai opened his mouth, a touch of emotion flashing across his eyes. Breakfast had been prepared in the kitchen, and it was also steaming hot, so it should have just been finished not long ago. As she ate, she watched Auntie Xiong and Auntie Lan work in full swing. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a faint warmth in his heart. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. After an hour, Yang Kai and Dong Qingyang each entered a room. Yang Kai's room was Aunt Xiong's responsibility, so under her instructions, Yang Kai took off his shirt and wore only a pair of thin trousers. Then, he jumped into the medicinal soup. Yang Kai had always respected these 2 beautiful women on Hidden Cloud Peak. They had silently devoted themselves to Hidden Cloud Peak for more than 20 years. They had spent the best years of their lives, but the world only knew of Xiao Fu Sheng on Hidden Cloud Peak. No one had ever known that there were 2 unknown women here. Even Yang Kai, who had been on Hidden Cloud Peak for a month now and had been taken care of by these 2 women, only called them Aunt Xiong and Aunt Lan and didn't know their full names. So even though he was topless at the moment, his expression didn't seem the slightest bit unnatural. "Aunt Xiong, what should I do now?" Yang Kai felt the warmth around him and felt comfortable both physically and mentally, so he couldn't help asking. "Circulate the secret art that old Xiao taught you." That secret art was prepared to absorb the medicinal efficacies of this medicinal soup. It has no other use. It's not easy to gather these herbs. Old Xiao also spent a lot of effort to gather all of them, and there are only 2 furnaces, so you have to be careful. Don't waste the medicinal efficacy and let down old Xiao's good intentions. "I know." Yang Kai nodded solemnly, closed his eyes, and began circulating the secret art. As he circulated the secret art, Yang Kai felt hundreds of millions of pores on his body open up, the medicinal efficacies contained in the medicinal soup seemingly turning into sharp needles. They were everywhere, everywhere. Penetrating his pores, they pierced into his body. Unable to restrain himself, Yang Kai let out a groan, his body trembling slightly. On the other hand, Dong Qingyang next door let out a pitiful cry. Dong Qingyang was a woman after all, one who had been pampered since childhood. How could she bear this kind of pain? Aunt Lan's comforting voice came from next door. Aunt Xiong stared closely at Yang Kai's reaction, her beautiful eyes flashing a dignified light as she couldn't help feeling slightly moved. Old Xiao had said before that the effect of using this medicinal soup to cleanse the body was remarkable, but the pain was also inhumane. Before, she had been worried about whether Yang Kai and Dong Qingyang could bear it, but now it seemed that Yang Kai didn't have any problems at all. The pain seemed to be increasing little by little, and after a moment, not only did he feel pain all over his body, even his meridians and 5 viscera and 6 bowels were filled with pain. It was as if millions of ants were gnawing at his body. Large drops of sweat dripped from his forehead as Yang Kai's skin became as red as blood, but the secret art didn't stop, continuing to circulate. This kind of boundless pain lasted for a full 2 hours. Suddenly, this kind of pain lessened by a lot. As if it had reached a limit, this slowdown became more and more obvious, and a moment later, the pain all over his body disappeared. What replaced it was a hearty feeling. Yang Kai couldn't help but take a deep breath and slowly open his eyes, his pupils shining brightly. Aunt Xiong looked at Yang Kai with satisfaction, a smile on her face as she listened for a moment before saying, "Old Xiao underestimated the endurance of the two of you. It seems that the other side has also endured." As she spoke, she tossed the various herbs in her hand into the medicinal soup, then turned around and continued to fan the fire below. The magical secret art no longer needed to be deliberately circulated, and under the influence of the medicinal soup, it began to circulate on its own. With each cycle, Yang Kai could feel his physique becoming stronger, his meridians becoming wider and tougher, and the yuan qi in his body becoming more and more pure. "Aunt Xiong, I should have left this medicinal soup for young Lady Dong." Yang Kai felt a little uncomfortable. He had come to Hidden Cloud Peak for another purpose and had clearly stated that his ambition was not alchemy, but Old Xiao still didn't treat him as an outsider. Aunt Xiong chuckled, "Old Xiao's medicinal soup is too overbearing, a person can only use it once in their life. If your young lady uses it a second time, her meridians won't be able to withstand it." After a pause, Aunt Xiong continued, "You don't need to feel burdened. Old Xiao is actually quite optimistic about you, but the path you pursue is different from that of an alchemist." "What is the effect of this medicinal soup?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Aunt Xiong pondered for a moment before patiently explaining, "According to Old Xiao, it can improve a person's meridians, so when you cultivate in the future, it will be easier to temper your yuan qi and purify your yuan qi." "This is related to alchemy?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow, suddenly remembering the first time he had met Old Xiao. The latter had said something to him. The path of an alchemist, many people have taken the wrong path, this old master was also wrong. Yang Kai still remembered the loneliness and regret in Old Xiao's words. Aunt Xiong nodded, "Naturally it's related." Old Xiao had only managed to comprehend it a few years ago, but it was too late for him to realize it. An alchemist is the same as a cultivator, they need pure yuan qi as a foundation in order to refine good pills. That's why he used such a test to select a disciple. Brushing her hair behind her ear, Aunt Xiong fell into contemplation for a moment before saying, "Old Xiao once said that if he accepted a disciple, he would definitely teach them a certain principle." "What principle?" "Alchemy cannot be performed until one reaches the immortal ascension boundary." Aunt Xiong smiled bitterly. Perhaps this is not the truth, nor is it necessarily correct, but this is Old Xiao's alchemy insight. Alchemy cannot be performed until one reaches the immortal ascension boundary. No wonder he hadn't taught Dong Qingyang any alchemy skills until now, instead he had been quite concerned about her growth this past month. If you have the heart to learn alchemy, you are actually a talent that Old Xiao desires. Aunt Xiong smiled bitterly. Before Old Xiao trained an alchemist, he would first train an immortal ascension boundary cultivator, which required his disciple to have a certain level of pursuit of the martial Tao. Yang Kai's yearning for the martial Tao obviously met this condition. Old Xiao is too kind. Yang Kai shook his head lightly. Before his strength grew to a certain level, Yang Kai wasn't prepared to be distracted by other things. Alchemists were indeed respected by the world, but this was not Yang Kai's pursuit. Right, I heard that yesterday you beat up 3 of Cloud Gathering Peak's Elder Duan's disciples. Aunt Xiong changed the subject, fearing that Yang Kai would be too embarrassed. Yang Kai blushed and scratched his head, muttering, I didn't know they were talking about a competition of alchemy. Aunt Xiong pursed her lips and giggled, her shoulders trembling slightly as she took a moment to calm down. Now there are rumors going around that Hidden Cloud Peak has a new disciple whose alchemy skills aren't very good but who is very good at fighting. I didn't cause any trouble for old Xiao, did I? Yang Kai asked guiltily. Aunt Xiong shook her head. No, you didn't hurt them, it was just that someone came over this morning to inform you. But next time be careful, don't fight without reason. Of course, of course. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. What he had done was simply too improper. Every time he thought about it, it made him blush. Chapter 278. Throughout the day, Auntie Xiong busied herself in front of the fire, occasionally adding herbs to the medicinal soup. It wasn't until late in the evening that she came out, gasping for breath and sweating profusely. She told Yang Kai that he could come out after absorbing the medicinal efficacies before leaving the room to rest. Yang Kai soaked in the medicinal soup all night, absorbing every last drop of its medicinal efficacies. Returning to his room, Yang Kai closed his eyes and meditated, feeling the changes in his body. His cultivation had improved a little, and the yuan qi in his body had also become purer, but the most significant improvement was in his meridians and physique. Auntie Xiong had said during the day that the main effect of the medicinal soup was to fundamentally improve a person's meridians. It would make it easier to refine one's energy when cultivating in the future. It would make it easier to condense and purify one's energy. This kind of benefit was not obvious for the time being, but it was enough to affect a person's entire life. Trying to circulate his true Yang secret art, Yang Kai was surprised to find that his true Yang secret art circulation speed was faster than before, and the world energy he absorbed was indeed a little purer than before. This kind of change was very subtle, but as the saying goes, dripping water can penetrate stone, and sand can build a tower. After accumulating for a long time, the effect would definitely be extraordinary. A single medicinal soup and a set of mysterious secret arts were able to achieve this. Xiao Fu Sheng's methods were truly heaven-defying. Xiao Fu Sheng's combat effectiveness may not be ranked high in this world, but he was one of the few mysterious grade top-rank alchemists in the world, and his mastery of alchemy had reached the pinnacle. The various magical methods he had discovered while performing alchemy could be described as a great achievement. At dawn, Xiao Fu Sheng called Yang Kai and Dong Qingyang together. He did not teach them alchemy, but instead taught them a set of methods to control yuan qi. This had a lot to do with alchemy, because when an alchemist refined a pill, they needed to control their yuan qi to the point of perfection. There was a saying that a slight difference could lead to 1,000 miles of difference, and if one wanted to refine a good pill, a subtle yuan qi control was essential. This method of controlling yuan qi was also closely related to any cultivator, especially in battle. Yuan Qi's control was closely related to the execution of martial arts techniques. Any expert would carefully calculate their yuan qi. If they could use one portion of yuan qi to release a martial skill, they would definitely not waste 1.5 portions. This kind of careful planning would allow yuan qi to exert the greatest effect and allow a cultivator to sustain the longest battle. So whether it was Yang Kai or Dong Qingyang, both of them studied seriously. This set of methods had been developed by Xiao Fu Sheng himself when he was practicing alchemy and could be said to be one of his most valuable experiences. All of them were bestowed upon him. After this teaching, several days passed. Learning from time to time, Yang Kai and Dong Qingyang were both familiar with the method, all that was left was to put it into practice. At this time, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something else Xiao Fu Sheng had said that day. Who said that alchemy could not allow one to reach the peak of martial arts. When old Xiao said this, his face was brimming with confidence. Just this method of controlling yuan qi, if practiced to the extreme, it was possible to peek into the mysteries of the peak. Yang Kai was in awe. Every word old Xiao said had a deep meaning behind them. It was thought-provoking and could be said to be a gem. Over the next few days, Yang Kai and Dong Qingyang both practiced the subtle control of yuan qi. As time passed, Yang Kai found that this kind of practice not only allowed him to better control each portion of Yuan Qi, but also allowed his Yuan Qi to slowly fuse and purify. Yuan Qi's second stage had faintly reached the peak, only a small step away from breaking through to the third stage. On this day, just as Yang Kai and Dong Qingyang were practicing their Yuan Qi control outside the house, they were surprised to find that the surrounding peaks were bustling with activity. Many people were walking back and forth on the rugged mountain roads of these peaks. Many of them were disciples of Medicine King's Valley, but there were also many outsiders. What's going on? Dong Qingyang stopped and looked around curiously. Why are there so many outsiders in Medicine King's Valley? Yang Kai shook his head, indicating that he did not know. The Alchemy Summit will begin in a few days. Auntie Xiong and Auntie Lan walked over and softly explained. Medicine King's Valley usually does not allow outsiders to enter. But after all, this place is inextricably linked to the world's great forces, so whenever this time comes, many people will come to visit the various elders. Yang Kai and Dong Qingyang suddenly realized that ever since they entered Hidden Cloud Peak until now, the two of them had lived a carefree life, rarely venturing out. The days passed very quickly, and neither of them noticed that the Alchemy Summit was about to begin. Auntie Xiong chuckled. All the peaks are very lively, except for the Forbidden Pill Saints Peak and our Hidden Cloud Peak. Our place is still the most peaceful. Auntie Lan also smiled. Dong Qingyang giggled. If Master opens the mountain gate, I guarantee that everyone will rush in like a flock of duck. I'm afraid the peaks will soon become peaceful. Auntie Xiong glanced at her and said, then your Auntie Lan and I will be exhausted. With so many guests coming and going, how can we possibly keep up with all of them? After getting along with each other for some time, Auntie Xiong and Auntie Lan also became very fond of Dong Qingyang. The two beautiful women also had no children, so they only regarded Dong Qingyang as their own daughter and took great care of her. The little girl's mouth was also very sweet, and she did not despise them because they were just ordinary people or maidservants. As soon as Auntie Xiong's voice fell, Xiao Fu Sheng's door suddenly opened and a loud laugh rang out. It seems that my Hidden Cloud Peak will also be peaceful today. Master, old Xiao. Yang Kai and Dong Qingyang quickly bowed, only to see Xiao Fu Sheng grinning from ear to ear as he walked out of his room with a majestic gait. Master, why are you so happy? Dong Qingyang stepped forward and asked softly. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a prickle run down his arm. His little cousin was always mischievous in front of him, but in front of Xiao Fu Sheng, Auntie Xiong, and Auntie Lan, she was extremely well behaved. A friend has come from afar, of course I'm happy. Xiao Fu Sheng laughed. Dong Qingyang's eyes narrowed slightly. I thought Master didn't like people coming to visit, so that's not the case. Xiao Fu Sheng chuckled. That depends on who it is. Those who come to ask me for help naturally won't be welcome, but the one who is about to arrive is different. Ha ha. Old man Xiao, this time this old master came to ask you to do something. Are you also going to drive people away? With a burst of laughter, a figure quickly approached from the bottom of the mountain road. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown, his expression suddenly becoming strange. This voice, why does it sound like? When Auntie Xiong and Auntie Lan heard this visitor daring to call Old Man Xiao, they couldn't help feeling surprised. Obviously they didn't know who this visitor was. In this world, even if the patriarchs of the central capital's 8 great families came, they would still have to respectfully address him as Grandmaster Xiao. No one dared to call him Old Man Xiao so unscrupulously. But when Old Man Xiao heard this, not only did he not become annoyed, he instead joked, how could this old master dare drive you away? This old master still owes you his life. After a few words, Auntie Xiong and Auntie Lan suddenly realized that this visitor was actually one of Old Man Xiao's saviors, their pretty faces immediately becoming solemn as they respectfully greeted him. The figure below suddenly flickered, and the person who had been a few thousand meters away suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Moreover, it wasn't just one person, but two. The one in the lead was an old man about the same age as old Xiao. His face was full of wrinkles, but he had a sincere smile on his face. Following behind him was a pretty girl. This girl had a pair of beautiful eyes that were as bright and pure as the stars. She wore a light green dress, and her bright and clean forehead was adorned with a sky-blue gem. With the gauze covering her face, it was impossible to see her face clearly. The wind blew, causing her veil and dress to flutter, making her look like an ethereal fairy, untainted by even a speck of dust and dirt. Yang Kai's expression shook, and a strange smile appeared on his face as he stared at this masked woman. The woman felt this aggressive and unscrupulous gaze and couldn't help but frown slightly as she glanced over at Yang Kai. Immediately, her star-like beautiful eyes flashed with a strong sense of surprise. Her fan-like eyelashes trembled slightly as she blinked her eyes in disbelief. Four eyes met. Yang Kai smiled slightly while the woman's eyes also curved into crescents. This woman was none other than Xia Ningqiang, and the old man who had arrived first was actually Meng Wu Ya. "Brother Meng, long time no see." Old man Xiao stepped forward and cupped his fists. Meng Wu Ya smiled and hurriedly cupped his fists in return. "Xiao, ku. He only had time to spit out a single word before he suddenly felt as if his bones were stuck in his throat and he began coughing loudly, causing him to feel dizzy. "Master." Xia Ningqiang was startled and quickly patted Meng Wu Ya's back. "Is Brother Meng injured?" Xiao Fu Sheng's expression became dignified as he hurriedly stepped forward to check Meng Wu Ya's pulse. Meng Wu Ya quickly waved his hand and coughed for a long time before he finally managed to catch his breath. His expression was one of shock as he stared at Yang Kai, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Smelly brat, why are you here? Damn. This is really a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road." More than a year ago, this little brat had been sent by Ling Tai Shu to Nether Mountain for life experience and had not seen him for more than a year. Although at first his precious apprentice had been absent-minded and sighing all day long, with the passage of time and his earnest teachings, his precious apprentice had finally emerged from the shadow of lovesickness and her strength had become even more refined. Originally, Meng Wu Ya had thought that his apprentice must have forgotten about Yang Kai, but he had not expected to see him again in this broken place today. Looking at the deep emotions in his precious apprentice's eyes, how could Meng Wu Ya not know that she had never forgotten about Yang Kai and had simply suppressed her longing for him in the bottom of her heart? Perhaps, when no one was around, she would take out her memories and relive the pain of lovesickness. At this moment, Meng Wu Ya understood what it meant to say that love was like wine, the longer it was hidden, the more mellow it would be. At this moment, Meng Wu Ya wanted to turn around and leave, but it was obviously too late. At this moment, Meng Wu Ya wished he could slap his own mouth a dozen times. He had also noticed that Xia Ningqiang had been somewhat depressed these days, and it just so happened that Medicine King's Valley was holding some kind of alchemy summit, so he had deliberately brought her out to relax. How could he have imagined that he would run into this little bastard here? Damn it, who told you to meddle, who told you to meddle? Meng Wu Ya even had thoughts of hanging himself. Chapter 279. On Hidden Cloud Peak, Meng Wu Ya's face was filled with grief and indignation while Xia Ningqiang was supporting her master, smiling lightly. Xiao Fu Sheng's expression became strange as he looked at Xia Ningqiang and then at Yang Kai, a light of understanding flashing across his eyes. Auntie Xiong and Auntie Lan felt as if they had fallen into the clouds and were completely confused. Dong Qingyang quietly approached Yang Kai and poked him with her finger. "Hey, don't stare at him like that," he's blushing. "Do you know each other?" Xiao Fu Sheng looked at the crowd with a smile. Yang Kai nodded slightly, smiled, and bowed in the manner of a disciple. "Treasurer Meng." Turning his head, he gently called out, "Little senior sister." Xia Ningqiang's delicate earlobes blushed as she lowered her head slightly and softly replied, "Junior brother." Her voice trembled slightly, obviously her heart was not calm. Ahem. Meng Wu Ya quickly coughed twice, interrupting the tender and sweet atmosphere, not even bothering to greet Yang Kai as he rolled his eyes. "Old man Xiao, you're a guest from afar, are you really going to block this old master's way?" Xiao Fu Sheng laughed. "Brother Meng, please come inside and talk." Although he was full of doubts, Xiao Fu Sheng was a wise old man. How could he not see that Meng Wu Ya's apprentice had some feelings for Yang Kai? When they first met, this little girl was only about 12 years old and Meng Wu Ya had treated her like a treasure. Now that this young girl was experiencing her first awakening of love, Meng Wu Ya was probably worried about this. This was understandable. Such a beautiful and pure little girl, if she worshipped him as her master, he would definitely be worried that she would misjudge him and suffer a loss. Meng Wu Ya and Xiao Fu Sheng walked together while Xia Ningchang nodded lightly to Yang Kai and followed closely behind. Gently, Meng Wu Ya's voice drifted over with the wind. "Disciple, look at this little bastard, he's really romantic. Wherever he goes, there are beauties accompanying him. He's a complete pervert, you need to open your eyes carefully." Xia Ningchang nodded meekly. "This old man." Dongqing Yang suddenly pursed her lips, a look of dissatisfaction. Auntie Xiong and Auntie Lan chuckled. She glanced at Yang Kai in surprise and then followed him to pour tea for him. "Cousin, who is that?" After everyone entered the house, Dongqing Yang asked curiously. "A senior sister of High Heaven Pavilion." Yang Kai lightly replied. "Just a simple senior sister?" Dongqing Yang grinned meaningfully. Yang Kai rolled his eyes at her and walked back to his room. Dongqing Yang stood in place, lightly tapping her red lips, her eyes darting back and forth for a moment before muttering, "You really think I can't see through you? I'm not a child." He thought for a moment. Suddenly, he began to chuckle non-stop. Meng Wuya and Xia Ningchang coming to Medicine King's Valley was beyond Yang Kai's expectations. Although the Alchemy Summit was just around the corner, and Yang Kai had thought that someone from High Heaven Pavilion would come to participate, his little senior sister's physique was special. Her alchemy skills were not something the younger generation of alchemists could compare to, so if she participated, there would be no need to hold this Alchemy Summit. First place would definitely be hers. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai smiled slightly, stood up, and opened the door, only to see Xia Ningchang standing there. "Junior brother." Xia Ningchang's starry eyes flashed with the joy and happiness of reuniting after such a long time as she softly called out, "Come in first." Yang Kai stepped aside. Xia Ningchang nodded gently and walked in, bringing with her a fragrant scent. Yang Kai closed the door behind her. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai asked as he poured a glass of water and handed it over. "Master said that there was the best alchemist in the world here and told me to ask for some advice." Xia Ningchang sat there quietly. After not seeing each other for more than a year, at this moment she was obviously a little nervous, but more than that she was happy. "Yen, old Xiao is indeed the best alchemist in the world." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Junior brother, why are you here?" Xia Ningchang looked up and asked, "Didn't you go to Nether Mountain?" "It's a long story." Yang Kai smiled bitterly and didn't go into detail, simply saying, "I came here to do something." "What is it? Can I be of any help?" Yang Kai didn't want to hide it from her, but there was an ethereal divine sense floating around the room, so he didn't need to think to know that it was Meng Wuya monitoring them. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and beckoned to Xia Ningchang, moving his mouth closer to hers. Quietly moving closer to her ear. Xia Ningchang's heart trembled and her body suddenly tensed up. Her pretty face blushed and she didn't dare to move, even holding her breath. Yang Kai ignored her and still moved closer to her delicate red ear and whispered, "I'm going to Pill Saint's Peak to see the myriad drug pond." "Oh, oh." Xia Ningchang responded unconsciously, her 10 fingers gripping the teacup tightly, not even hearing what Yang Kai was saying. "Cuckoo, cuckoo." Meng Wuya's violent coughs came from a nearby room. "Brother Meng." Opposite Meng Wuya, Xiao Fu Sheng looked at him helplessly, not knowing whether to laugh or cry as he tried to persuade him. Some things are best left to their own devices. "Yes, yes." Meng Wuya looked embarrassed and nodded repeatedly, taking back his divine sense with a red face. Although he cared about his apprentice, he couldn't always spy on her all the time. But when he thought about how just a few dozen meters away, his precious apprentice was alone in a room with that little bastard boy, the two of them so intimate, Meng Wuya couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. Sigh, out of sight, out of mind. Inside the room, Xia Ningchang's body stiffened for a long time, but she could still feel the hot breath in her ear, causing her heart to beat violently. After a long time, she suddenly reacted, "Ah. Junior brother, you want to go?" "Sure." Xia Ningchang quickly shut up and suddenly said, "I also want to go there." "You want to go too?" Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. Xia Ningchang nodded slightly. Master said that there are many mysteries hidden there and that there may really be the insights of a generation's alchemy grandmaster, so he wanted me to go and have a look. I just don't know if the owner of this place will be willing to accommodate. If it was little senior sister, perhaps old Xiao would agree. Yang Kai frowned and thought about it for a while before his eyes suddenly lit up. He still didn't know what was hidden in the myriad drug pond, but if he borrowed Xia Ningchang's hand to investigate it first, it would be much more convenient. If he could go there himself, that would naturally be the best, but even if old Xiao treated him well, it was impossible for him to open the myriad drug pond so casually. Meng Wuya had saved his life, and Xia Ningchang had the sacred spirit medicine body. Opening the myriad drug pond to him was already his bottom line. Little senior sister is really my savior. Coming at the right time, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel happy. Just as he was feeling happy, Yang Kai suddenly glanced towards the door, snorted lightly, and sent out a burst of energy. With a bang, the closed door opened. Aya! Dong Qingyang, who had been listening to the conversation inside the room, was momentarily distracted and fell head first into the room. She fell to the ground. What are you sneaking around for? Yang Kai glared at her. Dong Qingyang quickly got up from the ground. Patting the dust off her clothes, she giggled and stared at Xia Ningchang with great interest. This is... Xia Ningchang slowly got up. She asked curiously. My cousin, the Dong family's young lady. Yang Kai whispered. Dong family? Last time there was a Dong family member who went to High Heaven Pavilion. It's that Dong family, the one who went to High Heaven Pavilion last time was her brother. So it's young lady Dong. You're too polite. Don't be an outsider. Dong Qingyang didn't treat herself as an outsider at all. Walking up to Xia Ningchang, she carefully stared at her until Xia Ningchang's face turned red, then smiled and said, You're my sister-in-law, right? Xia Ningchang was stunned, her heart in chaos, secretly glancing at Yang Kai and quickly waving her hand. No, your sister-in-law is someone else. I think so, sooner or later. Dong Qingyang nodded slightly and said in a firm tone. Straightening up. She pretended to cough lightly, then walked over to the side and pulled out a chair, sitting down in front of Xia Ningchang and Yang Kai, her pair of watery eyes widening as she giggled, just pretend I don't exist and do what you need to do. This little girl was also experiencing her first awakening of love, so she was very curious about love between men and women. Now that she had finally caught a pair of golden boy and jade girl, she naturally wanted to study them carefully. Xia Ningchang was at a loss for what to do, so she hurriedly said, Master is calling me, I'll go first. Saying so, she hurriedly left. Dong Qingyang was stunned. Her face filled with disappointment and annoyance, she frowned. It shouldn't be like this. Then what do you think it should be? Yang Kai looked at her strangely. You reunite after such a long separation. Shouldn't it be? Should it be a series of loving words? Then the heavenly thunder ignites the earth's fire, and then... As she spoke, Dong Qingyang couldn't bear it anymore, her face blushing as she felt embarrassed. Yang Kai sighed faintly. It should have been like this, but since you came, it's not like this, do you understand? Dong Qingyang's tender body trembled, suddenly feeling extremely guilty. Cousin, I was wrong, the next time you two are together, I won't bother you again. Good, it's good you know you're wrong, now scram. Yang Kai nodded lightly. En. In another room, Meng Wu Ya and Xiao Fu Sheng were drinking. After drinking several cups of tea, Meng Wu Ya grinned meaningfully and said, Old man Xiao, what this old master's purpose for coming here this time, you should know, right? Xiao Fu Sheng chuckled, put down his teacup, and nodded, Of course I know, this old master is duty-bound to learn alchemy from me. But there's another matter. What? Is it inconvenient? It's not that it's inconvenient, it's just that I don't know if your disciple has the qualifications. If she doesn't have the qualifications, opening the myriad drug pond will be useless. The cost of opening the myriad drug pond is also very high. Hearing this, Meng Wu Ya laughed. How could my disciple not have the qualifications? If she can't, no one in this world is qualified. Are you so confident? Xiao Fu Sheng frowned. Meng Wu Ya smiled lightly. It's not that I'm confident, it's that I have confidence in her. If you don't believe me, you can test her now. Xiao Fu Sheng's expression shook, quickly nodding, good. This old master is also a bit impatient. Disciple. Meng Wu Wei called out. Yes. Xia Ningchang quickly responded. Old man Xiao wants to test your alchemy skills. Perform well, don't disappoint him. Meng Wu Wei grinned wickedly. Yes. Chapter 280. While Xiao Fu Sheng was testing Xia Ningchang, Yang Kai and Dong Qingyang also sat to the side and listened quietly. Old Xiao obviously wanted his apprentice to learn some alchemy knowledge from this test. As for Yang Kai, he was probably just a foil. This test lasted for an entire day, with old Xiao asking questions about various aspects of the alchemic way, starting from simple to deep, step by step, going from easy to difficult. Xia Ningchang answered one by one, her attitude serious and meticulous. Half a day later, old Xiao's expression changed to one of pleasant surprise, and a day later, to one of horror. The way he looked at Xia Ningchang had also changed. As if he had discovered a peerless treasure, his two eyes flashed with a green light, full of greed. Meng Wu Wei grinned from the side. Dong Qingyang also looked at Xia Ningchang with admiration and worship. Only Yang Kai's expression remained the same. A day later, old Xiao let out a long breath. How is it? Meng Wu Wei squinted towards Xiao Fu Sheng, a smug look on his face. Xiao Fu Sheng's expression became dignified as he pondered for a long time before replying, your basic skills and theoretical knowledge are very solid, and your experience is not inferior to this old man's. In the process of testing Xia Ningchang, old Xiao had also benefited a lot from her various answers. This was not so much a test as a mutual exchange of pointers, it was just Xiao Fu Sheng asking questions while Xia Ningchang answered. Naturally. Meng Wu Wei said lightly. But the pride and smugness on his face could not be hidden, the corners of his mouth almost reaching his ears. Xiao Fu Sheng chuckled and glanced over at him meaningfully. Theory is theory. Sometimes, no matter how good one's theory is, when it comes to actual action, it's not the same. Meng Wuya was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He said in a sarcastic tone, Old Xiao, you only care about the questions. If my disciple can't convince you, I'll change my surname to yours and call you my father. Dong Qingyang couldn't help laughing. She couldn't help laughing, her hands clutching her stomach as her shoulders shook. Xiao Fu Sheng also smiled bitterly and sighed. Looking at Xia Ningchang, he asked, so far, what is the highest grade of pill you have refined? Mysterious grade low rank. Xia Ningchang replied softly. Xiao Fu Sheng's body shook as his old face immediately changed. He stared at her incredulously, as if he wanted to see the slightest trace of a joke, but those pure stars like stars without any impurities, how could there be any trace of a lie? Mysterious grade low rank, didn't that mean that at such a young age was mysterious grade low rank alchemist? Medicine King's Valley's #1 genius, Qin Ziyi, was already 35 years old this year, but he was only a heaven grade high grade. In terms of Sheng's age, Qing's SSSS, his is to her. How could such a bye-bye by the Ningchang, by the bye-bye her, to Qingyang by asking, to ask bye-bye. I've only refined it once, and it was rather strenuous. Oh. Xiao Fu Sheng couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, thinking that this was quite reasonable. It seemed that he had only been lucky enough to refine a mysterious grade low-rank pill last time. Impossible. Quickly changing the subject, he asked, what about heaven grade? I have never failed. What? Xiao Fu Sheng was shocked. Never failed? Xia Ningchang nodded slightly. Impossible. Xiao Fu Sheng's brow furrowed. Even if this old master personally refined a pill, he could not guarantee a 100% success rate. Alchemy was always accompanied by a certain amount of risk, although Xiao Fu Sheng had reached the pinnacle of alchemy. Even though Xiao Fu Sheng was an alchemist, he could not completely avoid this. It could only be said that his chances of failure were very small. Meng Wu Wei laughed strangely. There is nothing impossible in this world. If Brother Xiao is skeptical, just try. Xiao Fu Sheng's face was gloomy, but after a moment he stood up and beckoned to everyone. Come with me. He took the lead and left. Everyone hurriedly followed. Following him into the house where he usually lived, there was a secret passage that led directly to the ground. Obviously, the underground of Hidden Cloud Peak was also quite famous. The group of people were all martial artists, so they landed lightly. After making a few turns at the bottom, they suddenly arrived at a huge stone chamber. This stone room was the size of a dozen houses and was filled with a variety of furnaces. There were also many medicine shelves filled with a variety of herbs. The number of herbs stored here was astonishing. You have a lot of things here. As soon as Meng Wu Ye came in, he looked around, picking up a few things and touching them, unwilling to let go. Xiao Fu Sheng didn't care at all and just lightly snorted. This is the result of this old master's lifetime of hard work. Anyone who asked Xiao Fu Sheng to perform alchemy would always give him a lot of precious treasures as a reward, slowly accumulating them over the years. This was how this magnificent scene had come to be. Standing in the middle of the stone room, Xiao Fu Sheng looked at Xia Ningchang and said, "Martial nephew, you can use everything here. Choose the pill you are best at and let this old master take a good look at your methods." "Yes." Xia Ningchang nodded and then began wandering around the stone room. Dong Qingyang and Yang Kai also quickly went up to help. Whatever herbs Xia Ningchang found, the two of them carried them for her. After a short while, the group returned. Xiao Fu Sheng stepped forward to inspect the herbs and couldn't help frowning. These materials are all for refining heaven-grade mid-rank pills. "Martial nephew, are you sure you can use them?" Xia Ningchang nodded slightly. "Then let's begin. Use whichever pill furnace you like. This old master has a lot of pill furnaces here." Xiao Fu Sheng smiled lightly. "There's no need." Xia Ningchang said softly. "There's no need for a pill furnace." Xiao Fu Sheng hadn't finished his sentence when Xia Ningchang's yuan qi suddenly surged. Her small hand picked up one of the medicinal herbs. Her true essence transformed into strands of translucent silk, penetrating into the medicinal herb in her hand. The medicinal efficacy quickly condensed from this medicinal herb, floating in the air. A drop of translucent crystal rain, a fragrant medicinal liquid was quickly formed. With a flick of her finger, this drop of medicinal liquid was transferred to her other hand, where it floated in the palm of her hand. Xia Ningchang picked up another herb and did the same thing. Soon another drop of crystal clear medicinal liquid appeared. All the herbs whose medicinal efficacies had been extracted. All of them lost their spirituality and became like dead wood. Heavens! Dong Qingyang's eyes filled with amazement, her face also filled with shock. This was simply not alchemy, all kinds of magical methods were simply too shocking. Xiao Fu Sheng also looked shocked, muttering under his breath, "Medicinal liquids can be refined like this, how is this possible, how is this possible?" Less than a quarter of an hour later, all the herbs had been condensed into medicinal liquid and gathered in Xia Ningchang's small hand. Waving her hands, she sent one drop of yuan qi after another into the medicinal liquid. A moment later, she suddenly clenched her hand and the surrounding world energy quickly gathered. It was unknown what kind of transformation had occurred, but when she opened her hand again, a green pill had taken shape. This pill was round and smooth, without the slightest impurities. On its surface, there were lines that made the whole pill look full of spirituality and mystery. "Pill veins." Xiao Fu Sheng's eyes suddenly widened as he exclaimed in shock. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. He still remembered the first time he had seen Xiao Fu Sheng. The latter had just finished refining a pill. At that time, when he had come out with that pill, he had muttered something related to pill veins. "Martial uncle, please examine it." Xia Ningchang picked up the pill and handed it over to Xiao Fu Sheng. "Softer, softer, my little grandaunt. Don't ruin the pill veins with your fingernails." Xiao Fu Sheng's hands trembled as he received the pill, as if he was on a pilgrimage, his face filled with piety. "Good for nothing," Meng Wu Ye timely ridiculed. "Layman, what do you know?" Xiao Fu Sheng angrily scolded before gently picking up the pill. Placing it in front of his eyes, he examined it closely. "It really is pill veins, it really is pill veins." At this moment, Xiao Fu Sheng no longer had any trace of the demeanor of a grandmaster. Instead, he looked like a country bumpkin who had suddenly walked into a big city, completely losing all sense of elegance. Master, what are pill veins? Dongqing Yang asked softly. Pill veins. Xiao Fu Sheng gently exhaled. Pill veins are the highest manifestation of an alchemist's attainments. They are the lines on a pill, just like the meridians in our bodies. Pill veins are the meridians of a pill. Pills are divided into mysterious, heaven, earth, and mortal. But for pills of the same grade, there is a big difference between having pill veins and not having pill veins. A pill that has pill veins is equivalent to stealing the good fortune of heaven and earth, and its medicinal efficacy is more than twice that of a pill without pill veins. Moreover, the existence of these pill veins can prevent the loss of a pill's world energy, so no matter how many years it has been stored, its medicinal efficacies will not be lost. Xiao Fu Sheng sighed. This old master has been performing alchemy for many years, and in the last few years I have been studying pill veins, but I have only been able to occasionally refine a few common grade pills with pill veins. Earth grade pills basically never appear. As for heaven grade pills, not even once. Suddenly changing the topic, he stared at Xia Ningchang with a burning gaze. Martial nephew, what is the probability that a heaven grade pill you refine will form pill veins? Xia Ningchang bit her lip and timidly glanced over at Meng Wu Yue, not knowing how to answer. Grandmaster Xiao had suffered too many shocks today, so she really couldn't bear to tell the truth. Meng Wu Yue grinned meaningfully. Just tell me. About 50 to 60%. Sigh. Xiao Fu Sheng sucked in a breath of cold air. If 50 to 60% pills could form pill veins, each pill with pill veins would have twice the medicinal efficacies of the others. This kind of method, it was simply amazing. Looking shocked, Xiao Fu Sheng asked again, what about pill clouds? Have you ever seen pill clouds above pill veins? Xia Ningchang slowly shook her head. Yen, it should be because your strength is not enough. If you can reach the immortal ascension boundary, you should be able to refine pill clouds. Xiao Fu Sheng nodded repeatedly, his hands trembling as he paced around the stone room. After a while, he suddenly said, all of you go out, I have something to say to Brother Meng. The expressions of the three youngsters became serious, and they hurriedly saluted and took their leave. A moment later, Meng Wu Yue's angry shout came from below, in your dreams. This old master only has this one disciple in his life, how could I give her to you? If I had known you were such an ungrateful wretch, I wouldn't have saved your life and let you die at the hands of those sixth-order monster beast. Xiao Fu Sheng retorted, that's one thing, you don't know alchemy, what can you teach her? Such a good piece of jade in your hands is simply a waste, worshipping this old master is the right thing to do. Meng Wu Yue laughed strangely, I can't teach her, but you can? I can teach her everything I've learned in my life. I can help her become a mysterious grade top-rank alchemist in the shortest time possible. Mysterious grade top-rank is nothing, you look down on my disciple too much. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.